Hello, everyone. Hello. I know we're an hour late getting started. We're going to probably be an hour later than we would have been. We ran into some troubles, not of our own this time, believe it or not. However, some of it was of ours. That was some chores that I had to get completed, wanted to get completed before we started, and a couple of other things. But the problem was we were supposed to be, and I know everyone knows, hey, I said a three-holer. That's right, three-engine jet. It's here, just not the one we were expecting. We were expecting the FlyJ Sim um, 727. However, not unbeknownst to me, but that little thing called old age got me, and I totally forgot that Piedmont Virtual, along with American Virtual and their other sister airlines, well, their system they fly under went under a major update. Well, looky, uh-oh, a hype train. Whoa, just Duluth Fly gifting 5 subs, folks. Welcome in. Thank you, sir. And Twitch added in a couple as well. So, folks, welcome aboard. Thank you, Duluth Fly. Woo, woo. Man, I got to get a good one going for that. Awesome. Awesome way to kick this off. Now, but like I was saying, the system website, ACARS, basically the airline runs under this system. Took a major update, and don't worry, folks, I knew about it. I just forgot about it. Almost flew a flight last night off stream, and would have been completely to the trash can because the system would not have accepted it. But yeah. So everyone else is up but Piedmont, and that's because it's historic and quite complicated, I guess, to get back up and going easily. We're still kind of in a holding pattern on that one. So that flight has been postponed indefinitely. Don't know when we'll get it in. So, our friends at Rotate yesterday drop us a level 3 hype. Whoa. I don't even know what that means, but that's awesome. That is awesome. Um, I've actually only seen one hype train, folks, in the 3.5 years. Is that right? 3 years streaming? 3.5. Coming up on 4 next month. Okay, close to 4 months or 4 years. Wow, I just realized that my first stream was next month. But anyway, our friends at Rotate, gotta love them, dropped the MD11 passenger version. Hallelujah. Many people out here have been waiting for that. I love this airline. More so for the passenger side of the house than the cargo. I think I've only seen one of their cargo, probably a 7.4, once, but I've seen the MD11 come through passenger version probably a good dozen times on its way to Korea or back. So, it's nice to see it. And it was nice that that version was what was incorporated into it came over to this, and that's what we'll do today. This is version 1.0. Wait a minute, I did it wrong. Version 1.10. So I think I got it right. Anyway, doesn't matter. It's the latest, greatest flavor from Rotate. Now, and I get it, folks, a little question about this plane. First off, is it worth $80? 83, 4, 5, whatever the price tag is. I am gonna say hesitantly yes. There are issues with the freighter. We don't have the passenger yet to find out if any of these quirks are in it. So we're gonna find out what all is still here. Problem is, I'm gonna have to fly it with some of the known quirks because I don't have any documentation saying I don't have to. And I'll explain as we go along. Like I said, this is gonna be a full, almost a full startup. So expect this to go a little long on the ground. Now, let's get back to that price tag, 80 to 85, 90, whatever it is. Okay. If you have not purchased any of the MD11s from Rotate, first one you buy, be it passenger, be it freighter, full price. Those of you who have had the freighter, like me, for several months, I get a chest to open. All right. So you purchased it, you got the freighter now, or the passenger. Now it's $35 for the other one. Now, if you've already got the freighter, had it for quite a while, because it's been out for quite a while, folks, let's be honest, with X-Plane 11, it's $35 to get the passenger plane. And I already know that rubs a lot of feathers out there already, but not knowing Rotate, not knowing their logic, I can kind of know where it's going to go. There's stuff in it that warranted the price. New stuff, new, and we'll find them, hopefully. All right, so, wow, hype train going on. That is outright awesome. Level 3. Holy mackerel, I've never seen the hype train we had before, and it wasn't that high up. That's awesome. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, Duluth, for the gift subbing. That was just outright awesome. Boy, total of 7 gift subs handed out. 5 from Mr. Duluth and 2 out of Twitch. Wow. There you go, folks. See how September is? Ends October 1. 25% off 1 month, 25% off 3-month subs, 30% off 6-month subs, 20% off the Twitch loop. Or let me try that again. 20% off the Twitch loot cave. Blech. So, all right. So, all of that aside, let's crawl up in the cockpit and get to work. Thankfully, it's a short flight. We'll bring that up right now so you can see. We're, as you can tell, already online. We have somebody here. He flew in from, and I'm FRFFF, I think it is. So maybe he's planning to join us. I don't know. Part of the choo-choo as we head over there. Taiwan is not a long run. We put a poll up earlier, folks, and it was only, if it was a half hour that I gave you, I apologize. We could either go to Taipei from here, Philippines from here, and I know a couple people following this channel that I wish would have known. I get the time zone difference, and that's why I apologize. Would have loved us to go down to the Philippines. And the other was revisiting Palma de Marca. Try to get that route in 4th time. Oh, I feel sorry for that route. We just can't get it in every time something comes up. Be it sim problems, uh, first officer. If you didn't know, folks, when I refer to my first officer, she's only 5 months old, so it's very hard to keep her engaged in the cockpit. You know, as much as I strap her in and say, push that button, she always pushes that button and that button. So, oh no, that sounded cruel. And if she grows up and hears this, she'll punch me, I know. So, oh well. The life of being grandpa. All right, so let's look at this since we have it up here. Real quick. Now, these aircraft could carry people, the cargo, up to about 20 people. Then you start getting into some regulations, warranting flight attendants and this and that. So cargo companies, especially like FedEx, hauled their workers around. It's a heck of a lot cheaper in your own airplane than going over to say, hey, American, could you give us 10 seats? Yeah. And they'll look at you going, yeah, no. But anyway, so we're going to have 155,660 pounds of cargo on here. We'll start with that, but our focus will be the zero fuel weight. I want to get it as close as we can to that, so that number may go up. I believe it's up. All right, block fuel, we're going to have the rampies uplift 44,164 pounds into the plane. None of this is really hard. It's the next steps where one of the quirks come into play. 22 people, that's fine. There's our actual cargo load. All right, and here's our route. ROAH, we're going to depart 36 right for 5 right over at Taipei. Our dispatcher has given us a blessing of 90 on the cost index and 36,000 feet. Weather, well, hey, let's just say this, folks. I'm not flying in a typhoon. At least I don't think I am. Normally, when I fly over here, there are typhoons, one or two that I fly through. And it just kind of got funny. Lately, we've had some pretty decent weather. Now, we got some storms east of us and some storms west of us, some about to come off mainland China. Um, I think we'll have a pretty good run here. So, I clicked the wrong one. There we go. So, weather wise, you can see the winds 020 at 13, so obviously favoring 3/6s. The temperature, a comfortable 82 degrees in the Pacific here, 77-degree dew point. So a beautiful day shaping up out of here. Over in Taipei, we got a 030 at 5-knot wind. Again, that one's favoring the 5s. By the way, by landing on the 5s, that helps us get to the cargo areas on the north end of the airfield. So benefit all around. Cloud-wise, that's something we do need to pay attention to always. What's the lowest layer right now? Few at 1500. I don't mind few. It's when it says broken or overcast, that's when it gets my attention. That means we then begin instrument landings. So, not to say we're not going to do an instrument landing, but we're going to have to when we have ceilings down under 3,000. But again, overall a beautiful day in Taipei as well. All right, already online, and see if that one's coming in. Oh, he's headed back to Kansai, the man-made airport on a harbor. The whole island and everything made there, folks, if you did not know that about Kansai. Fascinating story if you can ever find the documentary. All right, we're not getting into it because it'll take us down a rabbit hole that's way too long for what we need to do. Hang on a second. Pretty sure I did, but I want to verify I've got the flight started. No, I do not. Oh, I got to load. That's why. All right. Taking a breath here. Okay, so let's get into it. Click weight and balance. Now, this came to us in version 1.08, improved a little bit upon in 09. So we'll see now what kind of adaptations they have for us in 1.0. Okay, total payload. Again, we went over that. That is, I'm going to start it with, you know what? Let's just put it in there. 155,660. A lot of times I'll just put in the cargo weight. We'll talk about this one here in a minute. Block fuel. 44164. 44164. All right. Taxi fuels, 2,000 pounds. Now, let me bring Sim Toolkit back in real quick. Want to show you where you can find that. Okay, now I'm using the default format here. Okay, so I'll come down to, I've got SimBrief down here at the bottom. Use the cog. You can add pretty much whatever you want down there. Saved flights. View flight plan. That's what we're doing right now, flight-wise. There's that operational flight plan layout. If it says Lido, that is, as long as you didn't click American, United, Lufthansa, anything like that to get this formatted, this is what it will look like. Not up here in your briefing preview. All right, so it's going to look like this. Fuel is really the second area below. Our alternate is RCMQ. All right, and we're going to fly at 36,000. We already knew that. Hang on a second, folks. Just grabbing my breath. Okay. So here's your taxi fuel right here, 2,000 pounds. One other thing, you've seen it. I don't think we're gonna use it here. Reserve. Right here on this format, if you use this format, folks, it gives it to you. Well, however you want it. If you want it to be what your final reserve is at your alternate, plus the fuel to get to your alternate, it's right there. If you want trip and taxi fuel, it's right there. Kind of weird because you're gonna have to have 21,000 to get there, and you'll be popping using reserves all the way. But, you know, to some people, to their own. So 19.5 is what we'll put in if we have to. But taxi's right there, and trip is right there, and we need, what's the other one? Hang on. Oh, that's it. So block, taxi, trip. Okay. And again, your block fuel is right here. Trip fuel right here where it says, oddly enough, trip. And then taxi, oddly enough, it says taxi. And that's your numbers. All right, so there's our 2,000, and our trip fuel is 21,146. Now, if you don't put this in there, it tells you what happens. You won't get your landing weight here. Okay, and there's our landing weight now. All right, everything looks great, right? You would think so. I have yet to hear anyone tell me this has changed and rotate, so I am gonna proceed as if it has not changed. How this will work in the passenger plane, I have no idea. But for the freighter, this is one of the big quirks that I call a quirk, bug, weirdo-ness, who knows, use your own words. But you have to set your takeoff CG TO-CG 30 to 31% MAC. Yeah, we're at 28.3. How the heck do we do that? Right here. Take your payload CG, move the slider, in this case, to the right. A lot of people will just put it at 30.5 to include me. Saves the game. Again, focus on TO CG. Notice there's two. Top one. Focus on that one. I'm not sure if this one plays in later or not. But it's there, so you know where you can go right here. Weight and balance, boom. You can also go to plugins, rotate MD11, aircraft menu, load manager, same thing. Just less options. Oh, excuse me, hiccups. All right. Now, once you're done, what I will do is hit apply load configuration to both aircraft and FMC. Okay. Now, you've loaded the plane. Go to ground ops. Request fuel. Request load. Now, people, you got to have the cockpit door open. You got to have, I only open the other cargo doors, but I do not do the main, and this is why. A little animation for you folks. The little loader gets up there. Actually, I don't know if they've improved just about a little teeny weeny bit. We'll show it to you here in a second. One of those quirks that I dislike, and I know they're gonna not care what I think, not because of me thinking it or fancy the customer being picky. No, I get it. Okay, it's only 4 cans. We're not loading an aircraft load of cans up to 150,000. Because then you'd have to have animation on this side, on that side, over there. Makes it realistic, but I get it. Adds a lot to it. So let's do this. We'll pop up to my wing view. Ooh, look at that. Now, we'll get in here and, well, actually, I do this for, oh, they're not even in the plane yet. Okay. So, the little teeny weeny piece of animation I think they've added, although much to my, it irritates me. You put them in the plane, I'll let it tell the story. Here they come. And I've watched this operation a million times out at the airport when I was there. Granted, we didn't run freight out, they were taking it on. I want to say they loaded 2 cans at a time. Oh well, that's way too many years ago. All right, here we go. Want you to pay it. Oh, it's too late. They're going to disappear. Anyway, there was a little animation here where the ramp went from the plane to the loader went in. It's, I think, this thing right here. That I don't remember seeing on past versions, but look, the cans disappeared. That's what I don't like. You go to that level, how don't you keep them in there? It isn't gonna, I guess it does. Who knows? So, anyway, like I said, me being picky, that's why that one's not a big quirk that I won't get over, because I will. The big quirk though being the actual setting up the weight and balance. This having to be between 30 and 31% MAC. That part, yeah. All right, so now that we clicked here, now that we've loaded, now we can actually close. I'm going to go ahead and close. Let me see if I think I got them all. There's one way to find out. Looks like it. They're closing. We'll leave the stairs and the door open to the cockpit. These are things I'm looking forward to seeing with the passenger plane, how this will all work. So, but let's see first off if version 1.1 is worth it or not. Okay. All right. And we're not refueling. Okay, so let's get into this. Now, one last thing, my apologies, folks. When I first brought the plane up, okay, got it to where I wanted, time-wise, everything, because it was pitch black at 2:30 in the morning. You come to this page. First, you'll click the power button to power it up. And then you can select cold and dark, power it up with external power, ready to start, ready to taxi, ready for takeoff. I don't remember this one. I think these may be two new ones. Okay, that one's a new button. And then you can go up here and align right now. I'm not sure these buttons were there before. Anyway, so these are some of the new things that came with the new version. Weight and balance system, fails, probably got more. Man, what's that? Oh, manuals, okay. Oh. All right, folks, here's the tutorial flight that I am working from. So I think, let me make sure, I think it's from El Paso to Memphis. But I highly recommend wherever it goes, folks, flying it, let me see, at least once on this. If you're new to it, I highly recommend it. And I can already hear some, never will I do that. Okay, fine. Oh, wait, yeah, this is El Paso to Memphis. So, but anyway, then you can do your own checklists. Here's the one. All I'm using here, folks, it works off the tutorial. So it's right there. I think I had to search for it, but it may actually be in your folder, manual folders. Look for it. But I do want the map. Kind of like this. It will stay, well, we'll go one more because it usually gives me troubles. All right, so we're ready to blast off. but I wanted to show you those things. The rest of it, you pretty well can figure out. Airports, routes, all of that good stuff. Um, but you can do it all from there. And you can also set your plane up here. So you can go to options, click what you need, load manager ground. If you're so inclined for failures, there you go. I don't feel competent enough to run quick action checklists to do that, so that's why I have never set that up. Probably never will, and I know there's some going, you ought to do it. I'd love to, folks, but I don't know what to expect or what my quick stuff is. What my quick stuff is, what yours are, I guarantee they are different. I'm a private pilot. You may be an ATP pilot. So a private pilot, all I'm going to do is be worried about fly the plane. That's it. And I won't know where and what to look for. Or if you were smart button, pulled a circuit breaker. Let's see if they've improved. Nope. Hey, that's better than what it used to be, folks. Okay, I'm just going to tell you that. Used to not be able to click any of these out. Now you can. Maybe not to the right place, but you can. All right, so here we go. Told you this is going to be long, so if you need to take a break, just remember it'll be on YouTube. If you're not familiar, there you go. By the way, thank you, YouTube users. We're well over 500 now, and I've gotten information on what I need to do to monetize. I just want to I want to go into it more eyes wide open than I did with Twitch. So, and I've already upset some people by that comment, but you know what? That's how I'm going to do it. All right, so we're going to get into this checklist now. Again, it is the MD11 QREF checklist, rotate 11, rotate MD11 version 1.3. You can Google search it if it's not there. Real easy to find. Okay, and I also have view settings for my num keys. All right, so the first thing we do is make sure the battery's on. This is where my little favorite line, Airbus 11, comes in. Airbuses operate on a no white light, no switch white theory. Is that saying it right? Basically, your switches are dark and they are in the right positions. So the battery is correct. As with all aircraft, folks, if you have guards, make sure to put them back in place. What that does is make you have to double click to make it work or turn off. Meaning if you accidentally roll over and click, meaning to get, say, here, or you click here, you just disconnected your drive. But if you have two clicks, that gives you an out. You can put the guard back over and get to the right one. Okay, so the battery is on. We're connected to the bus. We also have external power already established and on. We're going to go up here. Oh, wrong way. Sorry, folks. Do our engine APU fire checks.
Engine 1, fire. Engine 2, fire. Engine 3, fire.
Very weird, but I have been told. I haven't looked at videos yet, but it is actually how it sounds. Very weird, but that's how it is. All right, let's just get back in here. Since we're already fueled, I'm gonna start the APU. Now you can do this one of two ways. You can hit the start stop switch here, or the APU power button here. I'll hit that one. It's gonna flash while it's checking, opening the vent for the air to come into the engine, and so forth, and it'll fire up. Everything else automated. Annunciator check. We can do that now. Now, this was a difficult switch to find, folks. It's right here below your anti-ice. You'll see annunciator light, bright, dim, test. Okay, just click on it.
Overspeed.
Now, keep holding it. Uh-oh. I think
Overspeed.
we're not able. Oh, we're going to have to.
Overspeed.
Oh, that stinks. We used to be able to hold on to it.
Overspeed.
There we go.
Overspeed. 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 Overspeed.
Okay, and then check your lights as we go through it.
Overspeed.
Okay, and your lights are good. So you can use your num. I was hitting the wrong key. I was back in the Zibo / Airbuses where I don't have, where I have a lot of stuff. All right, next up is cockpit lighting. This is not an easy animal to work, and thankfully I set this to daytime so we don't have to worry about it. APU on yet? It is. So let's get the APU bleed on. Hang on a second, folks. I will be right back. I hear the first officer in trouble. All right, folks, my apologies for being away. 5-month-old is who's about to be 6 in the terrible 6s. All right. So we left off, we had just put the APU air system on, and you notice the isolation valves opened up, and it works a lot like an Airbus, folks. Automatic stuff. Okay, emergency power is right here to arm. And we've got the IRS, so the inertial reference system. Now I'm moving it up because I know what's coming. When you move the number 1 to nav, wait for it, another fire test of your cargo bin. Okay, number 2 and number 3. I am kind of curious with the passenger what additional, if any, systems we're going to have up on the panel. I am kind of curious on that. Okay, so now we have those in alignment, emergency power armed. Let's head down to the McDo's. Clear, clear. FMC. I remember somewhere where it tells you what version you're in. I mean, you know, that they're up to. I, for the life of me, can't find it, and I don't remember where. All right, so let's get over to the flight plan in it. And folks, again, boy, does it not look like an Airbus. Unfortunately for this airport, I cannot find coordinates. I'm going to look one more time. Oh, there they are. We are in spot 6-1, I believe. Yes. All right, so it was right below it and didn't even see it. All right, so we're going to go ahead, set north 2612.9. Good. East 27390. Oh, it's already there, so we're all set. Click align, pause ref, flight plan, and we're back. Okay, so we are going to be where are you? I know never changes, but yet I always have trouble finding what I want. And I go ahead, put the flight number in, and oh, you didn't see this. Hang on. Where I found that number, folks, for the alignment here, you go into NavGraph charts, click the chart, come over here, parking charts, parking spot chords, and then look for your number. We're 61, 12.9, 39.0, boom and boom. Click position ref, then back. I'd have to see it. I'm not doing it a second time. Okay, now, real quick, what's our alternate? Alternate is RCMQ. R, C, M, and a Q. Now, oh, I put it in the wrong one. Oh, I forgot to put in my route. Hang on a second, folks. O, A, H, R, C, T, P. Yes, I saved it. That puts it in. Everything stayed the same. Now I can put the alternate in. Dummy, dummy, dummy me. RCM Quebec. Now it'll take it. Now, if you had an alternate, you could have put the route in and gone that route too. Okay. Also, if these numbers will say we're wrong, use the, just like Airbus, up-down arrows to move them. Click over, up-down arrows if you need to over here. We'll come back to the rest of this in just a couple of minutes, so bear with us. And just for those curious, we are actually located up, okay, you got your terminal here at the top end of 18. We're north of that, okay, in the cargo area. We'll be back. All right, now continuing on. Like I said, this is going to get lengthy, so I apologize. I hope some of you get a lot out of this. Okay, now we're going to go up to the overhead panel. Hydraulics up here, electrics here, air here, fuel here. That's more MD styled, but there are some Airbuses like this. Okay, we're going to do a hydraulic pressure test. Open, click, close. Okay, come down here. Again, looking a lot like an Airbus, huh? And basically all that's going on here, folks, it's charging the system, looking for leaks, going through the different warnings inside the system to make sure things are. Plus, we're making sure hydraulic pressure test, system 3 capacity. Of course, they're not numbered, so I make sure they're all above 5.3. I think this is system 3, but don't quote me on it. You can see all the different checks it's doing. Don't worry, we're only going to hang here a little bit. You can see it pressurizes up. I think it's going to drop, and then the other one will go up. This will drop, this will go up. As soon as it gets there, it comes up. Just checking, max is fine, and gets to the level where the warning comes is fine, and it'll pressure out. We're looking for it to just disappear. All right, so now we're going to go up here, get the comm radio set up. This is a trip, folks. Okay, much like Flight Factor, rotate is a pain in the rump. All right, first thing you can already tell, well, let me bring in X-Pilot. Okay, there it is. We got to change the code. Let's go to 2000. Now, if you look across this, you'll see disconnect, mode C, ident, flight plan settings. X-plane, I'm pretty sure, folks, make sure it doesn't matter which client you use. Always make sure before you're ready to go, you have mode C green, and whatever your client, be it X-Pilot, be Squawk Box, be whatever, you have the ability to transmit and receive visuals here. All right, so I am going to flip. Why is that not right? Muffy, why? Okay, get Unicom in there. I also like to have guard. And we'll set you to 9.5. Okay, I'm not very much worried about this side of the house. I am more worried over here. Now, if you notice, we should be able to receive. That's because your microphone is clicked on up here. However, you got to turn your speaker on. That's not it, folks. Turn it up. I did that once and I still couldn't hear him. It's because it was turned down. Conversely, you get somebody obnoxiously loud on here, turn them down. Don't blow your eardrums out in your headsets over this. I think VHF2. Yeah, we did. Okay. And again, I'm just monitoring guard, so I'll keep it kind of low. So the key is to make sure your speakers are lit up, turned up, lit up, set where you want them. Kind of curious what this may or may not include with the passenger. That's another day. Your comms are now set minus one thing. What was it I said? I'll make sure whatever it is that says mode C is active. In our case, it'll be lit up green. Make sure you do that on the transponder. Boom. And we're on exponder here. So that's your... Uh-oh. The little holy terror was hungry. She is out, the wife says. Oh, okay. Boy, there's a lot of other bases that ought to be evacuated, but okay, Shaw, fine. I'll get to that when I can. Thank you, Duluth. Appreciate you. So there you go, folks. That's what you need radio-wise. Otherwise, you will not either talk to ATC or receive, or they'll be nasty to you because you're not squawking mode C. Believe me, I was the brunt of that once. Oh, Charleston's under the gun too. Oh, cool. All right. One of the VAs or special op groups I fly for, Sim Air Force, has ordered the evacuation of a couple of bases on the virtual side. Why we're not getting Moody out of the way, I have no idea. Or Macon, or anyway, that's for another time. Okay, so with the radio set, let's get back to work. Now let's get up to the glare shield. Okay, got a couple of things, and what we're going to be setting is primarily for the PFD right here. First thing, hang on a second, inches or HP. HP being 1013, I think it would be right now, or inches of mercury. Well, click it, and there you go. Next up, minimums, radar, 200. RA is 200. Cool. Nav hold mag, right here, folks. Wait. Yeah, that's your nav mag, oh, right. Hang on a second. ND heading. Oh. You just want to make sure the ND is showing heading mag. I forget how you change that. Altitude, altimeter set. Altimeter here is 1007, so we'll set that. Now, always check your other side. Uh-oh. Donald Ducky 557907. Hey, sir, welcome aboard. You have any tips for landing the MD11 over in X-Plane? We'll get to that. Trying to get it under 500. I kind of will, but I have to be doing it, unfortunately, folks, and I know that's a bad cop-out to be able to help explain it.
I will caveat it though. The MD11's demise, sort of popularity, changed when the airlines who were having troubles getting decent landings out of it got rid of them. And where the popularity came into them, the cargo companies took them in dirt cheap. And it was the story and learning this plane even more to what it is today. I'm not the greatest at landing, but yeah, we are in the MD11, and we'll get there here. We're going to get rolling here pretty quick. I'm going to kind of pick the pace up. And bank angle. Now, this one's tough to find, so I do slow down when I've come across this. Okay, it's real easy, but you're looking for that little notch right here above the switch. It's going to be where you want it, folks, on degrees. I keep it at auto. It recommends auto. Okay, and now we're into the FMS. All right, I'm going to go ahead, put this in between us, and we're going to head out on our flight plan. Okay, first thing we do, go to the init page. That's where we're at. Got our flight number. I already did that. Got our alternate. Already did that. Cruise. Bear with me, folks. Just bringing it up. I really need to make this easier. Hang on. There we go. And start. This way I don't forget. Perfect. All right, so we're getting credit with Millennium Aviation. Great bunch of people, folks, if you want to join them. Put the information right here. And there you go. You can look them up, folks. They are really good. Great bunch of people. Great technologies. They are transferring into Smart Cars 3, which gives me headaches, and them, they've said, too. And but that's where Smart Cars is going. So, all right, so let's continue on here. Cruise altitude is 360. Now, if you had steps, you would put those in here. MD11 drivers calling on you. What the heck is that for? I've done it. I've seen nothing come of it. So, would really love the insight of true MD11 drivers. Not, I'll take experienced sim ones, but real life would be cool. I've actually had some real life other major cargo aircraft answer a lot and help me through a lot of things. Okay, temperature, wind. Another tough one to get. Go into sim brief, folks, to your briefing preview and look for, it'll be below if memory serves, your route to your wind information. This is going to turn into a guesstimate for the temperature. But look for TOC, look for TOD, and then figure out what you think. I'm thinking right now minus 45 because that's what it's at every one of them. All right, so minus 4, 5, diagonal. HD is your wind component. Now, close that out. Come up to your sim brief information at the top. Your wind component, minus 019. Actual wind is 286. So minus means we're getting a headwind. It's pushing against us. So head is HD 019. All right, cost index. It's in your profile up at the top under flight plan summary, 90. It'll fill in the rest. So we're at our optimum altitude. Everything looks good here. Next, let's go to page 2. By. Just like Airbus, folks, click page. Make sure it's filled in. Here's your route reserves. Everything's looking good. Nothing we need to do. Why? Over here under weight and balance, we clicked right here. That filled that page up. All right, so we got that one filled in. Cool. Let's go to flight plan. Now, before we do this, bear with me. Hopefully this will work. Let's put it in plan. That way we can step through the flight plan. All right, so we go to ROAH. Okay, so click our departure airport, and then we're going to click SID. And what is the SID? Well, for this route, we are flying to GANJU 2 departure. Off 36 right. And insert. See how it filled in? Okay, now, so we're just gonna, instead of bringing charts in here, I'm following along in charts. We'll look at it on the map. Let me make sure everything looks good. Yep. Okay, we're gonna look for any discontinuities, any flight plan errors that we'll have to fix. And there's Grace. Okay, discontinuity, there's our airport. Click on it. Star. Folks, if you fly Airbuses, are you getting familiarization here? This part is where people told me was the hardest. Like, if you know an Airbus, you know this. You're thinking too much Boeing into this plane. Folks, like I've said in every stream with it, it's not a Boeing aircraft. Boeing acquired it. It's a McDonnell Douglas aircraft. Built, every one of them, by McDonnell Douglas. Boeing acquired them in the buyout. So I shouldn't say every one of them. I'll bet there's a few Boeing may have actually finished. All right, so hang on here. So now we do the exact same thing. Figure out, I'm just making sure the proper way, runway. Okay, so we pick our ILS first. So let's get over here. Hang on. Everything's looking good to Grace. Where's Grace? There it is. All right, so we are planning the Grace 1 Alpha arrival 5 right. Approach wise, we have looks like we'll just do the ILS to jammy and then come in. So I-5 right, Grace 1 via, and we're going to come in jammy. No transitions. Okay, insert. All right. So I'm going to back it up 1. There's Grace. Going to head out to SEPA. Then we're going to proceed down Augur, April, March, Festus, Jammy. And then Jammy, we're going to kind of hook into the ILS at Hukoi, Tulip, and I'm guessing this fixes FF05 right, and then our runway. Okay, so that's all looking good. Okay, and then we go out to Sedum and hold. And then there's our routing to RCMQ. All right, so that's all good. I highly recommend you do this next, folks, because you may forget. I have, that's why. Go back to map. Okay, let's keep it rolling. We're headed now to, we cleared all discos minus out to our alternate. Takeoff approach. All right, here's where it gets a little fun. Now, I'm going to bring in Sim Toolkit real quick, and we'll walk through it. Real simple, nothing major here, folks, but if you don't use it, you should. Okay, close. Takeoff performance. Now, there is one right there, folks. And that'll give you a cute little runway over here so you can see just how far you go down. I'm actually not worried about that. I know you should be, but I'm not. More worried about getting the numbers. Okay, we're on a dry runway, enabled, calculate. And so we'll go out of here, flaps 15. Flexing at 60. Yeah, there's another Airbus term. 141, 158, 165. Yeah, we'll run with the, oh, the AI is, or the anti-ice is off. Okay, so you got the numbers, 141, 158, 165. Let's see how close we get. Okay. All right, now we said, bear with me here, I'm putting it back up on a second window. All right, so we said we're gonna flex at 60. So put that in there. Packs, we said will be on. Type it O-N. That sucks, but that's what it is. Over here, now how do you get your slope? Same program, folks, Sim Toolkit's great for it. Oh wait, click the wrong one, doggone it. And close, and we're looking at no, oh yeah, no slope here. Okay, cool, that makes things easy. Making sure the formatting up 0.0. Now, if Sim Toolkit did say like 0.09, then I'd have put 0.1, 0.2. Rounding makes it easy. Diagonal, because it also wants your wind components. That's kind of a bummer. But again, reachable, I believe, on Sim Toolkit. Headwind 13. So we're going to put, you guessed it, HD13. Click it. Outside air temperature 28. Came right off that page, folks. Flaps 15. Click it. There's your speeds. Now, comparing. 137, 150, 161. I'm going with them, folks. I don't know about you. I'm just going to go with these because they came from the plane and they look good. Acceleration, you can change these if you have the information. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. And folks, that's programmed. Put that one on F plan. All I need to do now is set the center control panel. Center control panel, 250 below 10,000 feet. Heading on this runway is 002. And I don't think we have anything to worry about initial climb wise. No, we don't. So we're going to blow out of here, folks, real quick. Let's let you see that, and then we're out of here. Departure brief. Sorry, folks. We're going to GANJU. Notice Doris or GANJU. Those are your two different departures. Yeah, they name them off the transition. Okay, so we'll come up off runway heading H6R00 to Kinza or Kizna, Tinto, on down to GANJU. Okay, only altitude restraints in place are at or above 500 feet. We then go direct to H6 Romeo 00. Oh, climb on heading 003. Okay, we'll do that. 003. Okay. You notice our hydraulic test is done. So we'll come down here real quick. Oh, hang on. No, you don't. Charts. Let me see, is it that one? Yeah. Okay. All right, so let's finish up the blocks here. Altitude wise, we were going to... Oh, hang on a second, folks. I got to be right back. I got to use the restroom. 1 second. Oh, thank you, folks. Sorry about that. Too much coffee this morning. Okay, so altitude for today's flight is 36. And I just spin it up with my mouse wheel. All right, we're ready to go. Last things we have to do up here. We've got our runway cleared, altitude. We got to set traffic data, VOR. That sets our screen up. And radar brightness. Okay. And over here, same thing. I'm curious to see how this terrain radar looks. I'm sure it won't look like theirs. We're ready for engine start, folks. Let me check ATC. Clear. Here we go, folks. All right, engine start. Parking brake, seat belts. All right, again, remember, if it says off, we'll have to turn that on. Same with this. Emergency lights armed. Beacon. on. Verify the switch is armed and armed. Okay. Fuel panel is going to be auto. Doors, windows, we need to get those closed. Okay, we're off the ground power. And they're pulling the stair set away. One thing that has aggravated me, folks, is the parking brake. I have a my pinky finger on my HOTAS that I use is my parking brake, and it doesn't do anything here. So, unless that's something they fixed, we'll find out. Let's get better pushback on its way.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
I'm really hoping that looks about right.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Do a quick look, let y'all see it. Everything's clear. We're going to have a little fun here in a minute, folks, but bear with me, you'll enjoy it. Okay, let's get down here and aux brakes.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Okay. Beacons are on.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Nope, they haven't fixed it.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and start them up this time. Last time I did this, well, still broke. Was an icy pad, and the airplane spun around. So I stopped doing it until I was actually pushed. Doesn't take long to crank this thing up, so bear with me. We'll get pushed back and we'll do it like I'm used to. Now, the checklist I'm working from, a lot of what you've seen, folks, I don't know if it's real or not. Some of it probably is. I'm thinking some may not. I don't know if there is a specific start sequence on this where it's 3, 1, 2. I get the engine 3. That's where it used to be everything was to help get everything else going. What I mean by engine 3, the engine on the right wing as the pilot looks out. So I get that. But most modern aircraft today can start any engine. And especially since the DC-10 problem several years, 30 some years ago, that horrific crash in Sioux City. Is it actually? Yeah, I guess it is a crash. If you've seen it, folks, you'll know what it is. It's the DC-10 you see cartwheeling over on fire. Yeah. First off, what an awesome crew actually survived. Of the many that survived that. But oh my God, what a horrific reason for that day. If you don't know it, the center engine on the DC-10, much like the MD11, either exploded, but anyway, whatever exploded in it cut all the hydraulic lines. Pilots had no controls.
Complete. Set parking brake.
Zero control of the aircraft with their stick and rudders. So thrust is what they use to help keep it somewhat straight and level. The middle engine's gone, so they're using the left and right to help turn it, and they got it the farthest of any crew. And unfortunately, it came in no flaps, very fast, and stalled, and you saw the melee after. Again, what an amazing accomplishment that crew did getting it there, let alone saving, I want to say it's like 180 of the people there on the plane. So anyway, that's why I'm kind of confused. Do we still need to start 3, or can I start 1, 2, and 3? You know, anyway. I know, a long story to a short ending. Here we go. Speaking of which,
TOW is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
thanks for the pushback. And folks, if you don't have that utility, it is free. And what a better pushback than what you get by default. Okay, we're up to the line. Perfect. And there's our pins. Let me kind of zoom in so you guys can get a better look here. Okay, so that engine's just about stabilized. We'll get number 1 going next. We're going to follow the checklist. Just my question, can the engines go 1, 2, 3? All right, stable. All right, so what you do is just make sure you have the up and get the light on. That starts when it gets to the teal, I've been told that color is. Then you can move the fuel switch right below to on. This actually seems now more correct in the timing for the engine start. It just, in my mind, what I used to remember how long watching them start up and so forth. And we'll get number 2 turning here momentarily. All right, engine start on. Put some air into it. And there it goes. Again, it's that teal line. When it reaches it, then you can throttle it up, you know, hit the fuel to it. All right, so that's all the engines. We'll just wait for them to spool up, and then we'll proceed with the after start before taxi checks. All right, let's get up top here. Wind defog off. Anti-ice not required. APU. First thing we'll do is turn the bleed off. I always hit it up here. Hydraulic pumps are already set. Ground equipment clear. Got the pins. Verify flight controls. Okay. I know, kind of weird, but hey, it works. The big thing why we're checking these, folks, is one, make sure your hydraulics are working. We just talked about a bad day without them. Because, you know, sometimes maintenance while you're on the deck may go and gust lock them, and in a hurry because you're in a hurry to get out, forget them. That shouldn't happen. It does. Guess what? Without them, you're in a world of hurt, folks. Because you're not going to see any movement with a gust lock in. All right, so stape trim is that 4.8? 4.8. Okay, and I don't know why we're getting that. Let me see if I have to do something else. Nope, still flashing. Okay, stape trim set, received, cabin report, confirmed V-speeds. Folks, you're gonna do this quite a bit. They look good. Takeoff data looks good. NFMS and nav display, okay. And flaps, we said 15. Get ready, folks. Here's the little joke. You know, McDonnell Douglas came up with this thing called dial-a-flap. Yeah, it's 1-800-dial-a-flap. No. Basically, you can set from, I forget how high up, but to 28 degrees. I think it's 10 degrees to 25 degrees. But you can set it how you want. Yeah. Interesting, huh? Why don't we? Never mind. That's not worth it. All right, stape trim set, flight controls checked. Spoilers, another one people have trouble with. Spoilers. Now, I watched a stream yesterday. He had it perfect. Talk to the hand here, folks. Don't use the arrows. The arrows move the lever up and down the channel. Use the hand. Pull it up, get the red bar, you're armed. Take off, and you're ready to go. Let's check miscellaneous real quick. And parking brakes off. And engines. And we should be on the move. And like Airbus, you have 2-position here, retractable, side of the nose for your landing, and also on your taxi light. Surprise, we're moving. Only took an hour and a half, not bad. Believe it or not, folks, I really can get this plane going quicker. I just know a lot of people always have a lot of questions, so I go back to the old saying, let's just do a cold, almost cold and dark start, and it gets people through it. I know some say, why don't you just start with it on departure? I like going through the steps. One of my dreams was to be an airline pilot. Obviously, I never made it. Right or wrong, good or bad, it just wasn't to be. God had something else in mind for me. And I can't complain, folks. I have had a very blessed life all around, from my family, my wife, my kids, grandkids. I mean, folks, I'm sorry, there's no complaints. Yeah, I'm out of work right now. Yeah, that's kind of a bummer, but folks, I live a blessed life. And you know what it's doing? Once we get airborne, it allows me to help my wife out. She works from home, folks, and we watch our youngest grandchild. And believe it or not, some of the streams have either been canceled or delayed because I was watching the kid so that she could take care of a meeting or take care of something very important at work that she does. So, you know, for better, for worse, you know, is it a bummer I'm not an airline pilot? Yeah, I really wished I could have done it. My goal wasn't MD11s. I'm not even really all that fond of the MD11. But it's not a hard airplane to fly as many people think it is. Now, the hard part comes in sometimes in understanding this wacky autopilot and some of the quirky wackiness it does. But beyond that, folks, I haven't had any troubles. Now, we had a question about tips for trying to get it in under 500 feet a minute. If you got any, I'll take them and then I'll share them. Seriously, folks, I really don't. Usually I'm hand flying it, so hopefully that'll help. But honest to God, I really, any airplane, just try your best to be stable at about a mile to 3 miles out. That means on speed, on all flaps, gear down. That, folks, I've done a gear up landing gear recently on the sim. Yeah. So, and just, you know, get over the threshold, chop the power, and just ever so slightly raise it up. And hopefully it comes in. Now, if you're going by Sim Toolkit, Volanta, or any of those, they're usually pretty mean and wrong. If your airline is saying it, I would go a lot more with that. Okay, why is the weather radar flashing? Okay, folks, flaps are set, spoilers armed, flight controls, one more time around the column. Okay, auto brakes are set, reject, and we're coming into the taxier. Now, next to us, the Japan Defense Force parks their F4s or whatever they use today, probably F-15s, and all of that good stuff there. Again, takeoff data is confirmed with the McDo. Before takeoff data checked, auto flight, we'll get that in a moment, and make sure we're on a Unicommy. Here we go. And Naha traffic, World 572 Heavy, departing 5 right. Correction, 36 right. My bad. Was that Taipei's where we'll be on 5? My bad. That's why they have those big numbers there to help us pilots figure out what runway we're actually on. All right. Now, you probably noticed I haven't turned the strobes or any of the other lights on yet. I'm going to go ahead, get her in position, set the brake. Actually, I'm going to try that. I'm not going to set the brake, but I am going to click, 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 click. On. Okay. EAD, all good. And as required, Terra down here. Maybe that'll do it. Nope. Here we go. Oh, it said auto flight. This is where it gets quirky, folks. Yeah, we just turned it on. You may have to do it a second time. You ready? Here we go. Now, the neat thing is it tells you flaps 15 here, and you can go with it there. Here we go, folks. Here we go. It doesn't seem like it gets to full power until like halfway down the runway. But yet the gauges show it. V1 rotating.
Stabilizer motion.
Okay, crank it up, gear up. Welcome to an MD11 climb out. All right, I am going to go. I did that stupid. Let's see if it does it. It should be turning. I think it is.
Stabilizer motion.
All right, I think it took me 2 more clicks on it, folks, to get it going. We'll see. That's one of the quirkiness of this plane, and I don't get it. Okay, we're coming up to where we can bring flaps up. to the slats only. And again, that's just, I don't fly this a lot, folks. So after takeoff, air panel is auto or man. Spoiler handle will go ahead, disarm. Okay. Auto brake off. And flaps and slats, not yet. We're getting some chop here. You know what? Let's go ahead, bring them in. And folks, I think we're on our way. Now you can increase how far out you see. I like doing it on this one. The other thing that I'm not a huge fan of, although this one's doing a little better, is I think it's actually doing a lot better now that I say that. It likes to turn at the fix instead of turn on the course. Does that make sense? And it's kind of a pain in the you-know-where. All right, let's get in here. Let's see how we're doing. Hydraulic panel seats, we're good. External lights are good. Are we through 10,000 yet? Yes, and we're still holding it. Oh, that's why. Perfect, we're accelerating. That's something that every now and then doesn't work either. Terrain. All right, so we'll have to get into this thing. Right now it's doing pretty good, folks. It's actually accelerating. It's on course. It's doing really good. Other than that 30 to 31% thing in the well, they can't do anything about dial and flap. That's the way it is on the real one. It's just funny as all get out. 1-800 dial and flap. Call dial and flap to get your flap setting. Sorry, folks. The humor we have to find in some of these. What is the transition level? One more time. Come on, you can put the chart up there. Thank you. 14,000. We can set Q&H. Pull. All right, now, how do I set terrain radar? Anyone out there in chat land like to let me know? I'm in terrain, okay. Granted, I'm over an ocean. I get it, there is no terrain. Okay. We are going out. Same here. Keep it in tighter for a little bit. All right, so we're on our way. Let's let you look here. Awesome. All right, folks. I know there's a mango sound for this plane. Would love to know your comments, how it sounds, what you think of it, and what it takes to get it installed into this aircraft. Love to know. We're working on getting some of this stuff going, but priority right now is trying to get us up and going so we're good to go monetize over at YouTube. But might sneak a sound in, might sneak a passenger plane in on you, especially if I can get the liveries I want. Now, granted, it'll take time for those liveries to come. Do not get me wrong. I'm not oblivious to that. All right, we're through 18,000. I am going to... And since we're cargo, they can start moving about back there. That's what I want right there. Perfect. Weather plus turbulence. Although I'm not 100% sure we even have anything in here within range. Nope. Just a few ships. And looking good. Looking good. So right now, I actually would up my recommendation to, yeah, I would get either the passenger or the freighter or both. It's going to cost you somewhere in the neighborhood of $110, $120. But you know what, folks? I think it's worth it for both. I mean, I know some of you bought the Airbus at over $100. Oops, sorry for that secret. So, welcome to flight simming, folks. You know, these things, I get it. Some people want to make money off of them. I get it. Who am I to quibble? I'm trying to make money off streaming. So, anyway, we're in our climb. So, let's sit back, relax. We're about to top a climb. 2 hours in, and what we'll do is we'll land in Taipei. We'll walk through like we normally do, how we did on the landing, all of that. Look at Sim Toolkit, look at smart cars. And then I'm going to look like I'm shutting the stream down, but I'm not. What I'm doing is setting it up so I can do like I did yesterday. 2 separate videos for today. One on the MD11, version 1.10, and one on our next flight. So we'll talk about that more when we get closer to it. But for now, I hope y'all enjoyed that. That was fun. The fun part lies just a mere, he says, very cautiously, 37 minutes away. That's right, folks. Taipei is not far from here, and we'll be there pretty quick. So sit back, relax, grab a drink. Hey, if you want to put a prediction in, now's a good time. I'm going to predict a negative that. All right, and that's the format you use, folks. Make sure exclamation mark in the word predict. Next, put a space in there and then a negative number. Every now and then someone will either put a positive number in or minus space number. And unfortunately, it'll actually come back on the minus space number saying invalid. So, all right, we've reached top of climb. Wow, it's a lot truer, folks. I think if you go back, and I think I'll probably do that with the YouTube video that I set up for tonight, past YouTubes, and let you see the differences. Matter of fact, we just did an 8-hour flight in this plane a week or two ago, Newark to Anchorage. So that was actually pretty fun, folks. Anchorage is still a fun place, and let's take a look outside. World Air Cargo. En route, Taipei.
Hello.
Is this a private message or does this? Hello, Mr. Duluth.
What's up? What's up, buddy?
Hey, are you guys confidentially conspiring to take over the world or just chatting?
That's an everyday thing, dude. But no, go ahead.
Every day, bro. Mr. Mike.
What up, Tomcat?
I love you, Mike. How are you?
Still here.
Still there. You hear that?
Yeah, I heard him.
I'm still here too.
Yep.
Yeah. Making AI songs about the hurricane hitting Florida now.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's actually impacting now?
Tonight, yeah.
I know tonight.
Yeah.
And then we get it up here in St. Louis Friday, Saturday, something like that.
Oh, the western side. Yeah, it won't get too bad.
Actually, it begins hooking towards us inland.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it
I thought it was
normally
gonna go
goes
towards
east.
Georgia.
It'll go over Georgia, but it's going to hook west instead of east. Unless they've changed forecasting.
Are you on the, are you in Kansas City?
I am currently in the air over, headed to Taipei, Taiwan.
Oh, he means real.
No, for
me, I'm real world in St. Louis.
Oh, St. Louis. Okay, I thought.
Yeah, I'm
Midwest. Sorry.
Yeah, we're in the Midwest, and usually when they come in there, they go to the Atlantic. This one's planning to turn towards us.
That's yeah, it's unusual.
So, but folks, yeah, if you're there in Florida, I hope to goodness you're listening to your authorities, listening to the radios. Abide, folks. This one could get pretty strong. It already is big.
Gotta hit the folks counter.
But don't.
Oh God, yeah.
Don't think because you've gone through others you'll make it fine through this. That's the ones that usually sneak up and bite you. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, I brought all the depression here. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
No, that's okay. I was talking about making songs, so it's cool. Yeah, I put some Hurricane Helene songs. It's gonna be a Category 4. They say by landfall. So.
Yeah, earlier the early forecast had it getting well into Cat 5, but thankfully I think it got over land, and that helped.
A little
that
bit over
helped
the
it a little bit on the Yucatan. To not be able to re-strengthen.
Almost threaded that needle right through Cuba, though. Incredible. Incredible.
But we'll see just how hot the waters are in the Gulf.
Yeah, you know they're hot, man. Yeah, it's going to be real hot down there. It's so hot. They showed this like measurement. The Gulf is so much hotter. It's crazy.
Oh yeah. That's why the National Hurricane Center just doesn't realize it gets into the Gulf, all bets are off.
Oh yeah, okay.
And yet they just hesitantly don't want to scaremonger people, folks. Sometimes you got to get them to move.
Yeah,
that is true, especially down there. It happens all the time. I lived in Florida for a few years, Louisiana. It's you know, you sort of don't differentiate, but we were just talking about Hurricane Michael, the one that hit just a little bit west of this one, but it was very small, but it was a Category 5.
Yeah.
Destroyed that area.
Well, Ivan, that's several years ago, came in about the same course, except went right over Eglin Air Force Base.
Oh yeah.
Hooked out into the Atlantic.
Came back.
And hooked all the way back in and came over just either slightly east or slightly west of Eglin and hammered it a second time.
Like a freaking boomerang.
And then the Blue Angels, which by the way are from Pensacola, canceled a couple of weeks worth of shows to come back home to take care of loved ones. And then went back to their training base and then back into the shows. Granted, you lost a lot, but still, that was not outstanding to see they did that. So the show can wait. Yeah, those hurricanes, oh man. But I get it, people have things, they don't know how they're gonna move.
Yeah.
This, that, and the other. I listened to one guy in Sim Air Force one year. Well, I'm going to have to ride it out. And I'm like, why? Well, I don't want him getting this. I'm like, oh, Lord, have mercy.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, having lived there and gone through storms where there was a major power outages, depends on your level of preparation, I would say. I'm not opposed to people staying, I have to say. I think, if they're prepared and and able-bodied, that's a big thing for me. Like if you're not healthy or you don't have like medication, don't do that ever.
Oh yeah.
It's just not, you don't take a risk. You're vulnerable, right? Like, But I don't know. With things that have happened, like I live in New Orleans, people are paranoid about leaving their property.
Well, the problem with New Orleans, though, I mean, people tried to leave, and then there were the people that could not leave.
Well, they left too late. That was the problem.
Property issues. They had no mode of transportation. They relied on city buses to get around. So they didn't have cars. They couldn't get out.
You're talking about Katrina?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
and that happens.
That's very specific areas, and yes, the underserved area, they don't have a lot of transportation. I mean, the city is like a third world country in certain parts. It's really sad.
Yeah, New Orleans, I knew it when Katrina was coming, like, oh my God, the country's about to learn something. Because
the problem was, it wasn't the storm, it was the after effects of the storm.
Correct.
They screwed up, the levee system broke, and that was really the problem. The Army Corps of Engineers.
I drove a truck, came into New Orleans, but all of Louisiana I drove through. I didn't realize just how poor the state was.
Oh, it's like Mississippi, Alabama, the whole region is terrible.
Like it was, and it opened
but
that
for like
wound, and people did
large
not
city,
know this.
It's pretty poor, yeah.
And that, I think, is what really shocked the country more, on top of the devastation that occurred.
Yeah, it shined a light on a lot of stuff, right?
And unfortunately, I hate to tell the country this, it's still there.
Yeah. I mean, and sadly, I mean, certain things are better, but a lot is improved, but there's a lot more to go. And
when I saw people living,
there's not enough investment.
I saw people when I was driving around before Katrina, living in what we would call shanties up north that they put out on the ice.
On the river. Oh yeah, they have those houseboats.
And
all those.
They were living on land, not in houseboats. Not much bigger than that, folks. That's just how poor it is down in those parishes, and it's unreal. I just drove by and went, "Oh my God, East St. Louis is like paradise compared to this." And it's a war zone in East St. Louis.
Yeah.
So it's like, holy, and this is out in the country, not in the cities, let alone what life was like in that city.
Yeah, you look up at like the North Shore over Lake Pontchartrain and Bogalusa, these areas. I think if you were a trucker, that would be I-35, kind of that area. Is that right?
I-10.
Going east. No.
I-10 drops down.
No,
55
north of that. Yeah, 55. Yeah, that's the. I have a house up there still, and it's like marshes, and they got those little kind of shacks like you're talking about. It's pretty rural.
It's amazing, and I mean, granted, they live off the swamp. I get it.
Yeah, they kill all kinds of creatures.
Well, the funny thing
I don't
is,
want them either.
when
So go ahead.
Andrew came through 10 years earlier, roughly,
Oh, 92.
and what
yeah.
that happened, I mean, what I saw from that was unbelievable.
Were you in Florida?
No, I was actually in Canada when it hit. It hit Florida,
Oh, yeah, went up the
came
coast.
across the Gulf, and hit them like a Category 2, maybe at the most. But it
Yeah,
still
that's funny.
snapped every pine tree,
What are you doing in Canada up then?
delivering something.
Oh,
Picked
you
up
were like,
for-
you
yeah,
were driving.
I was a truck driver.
Wow.
And,
Oh, I mean, you weren't living up there. I was
oh
thinking
no,
of
I delivered a load, picked up one headed for New Orleans.
went all the way to Canada, huh?
And then I ended up Iberia, I want to say is the name of the town, but I could be
Oh,
wrong.
sure. You are right. Yeah.
And
Iberia
I
is
picked up mustard.
Yeah, they've got the stuff that over there. You're close to where they do the Tabasco.
Well, this
place.
was mustard I got, and I'd never seen it
The
this
farm
way.
is there. Is what I'm trying to say. That area.
And
yeah. New
I
Iberia.
just drove through there. And I'm just mesmerized again at what you heard what
geography,
it did to
right?
Florida, and what it didn't do in Louisiana, because I was right where it came in at.
It's such a delicate place. Like you know, you could see how the ecology could change with one.
Mr.
one big
Minoki,
storm.
welcome aboard. Thank you for the hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just that whole area just blows my mind away. That
Yeah.
was unreal.
It is, especially when you start taking I-10 down from the north, and you get into that area where they have what they call the spillway. If you're driving, and it's basically just water around you.
Yep.
Duluth, if it's like that highway in what do you call it, in the Bay Area, the Tampa Bay area. You know, that one that's so long.
Gentlemen, I need to get going because I need to be.
Oh, you get your dentist.
But you guys are more than welcome to sit in here and chit chat. I will be back in about.
Good luck,
Well,
dude.
thanks for the warning.
Hope you don't need any drilling.
No, me too. I'm talking like this.
Just keep this in mind when they start. Himself, Bill Cosby, dentists.
No.
It's
All right, you
hilarious.
guys
It'll
you
make
guys
you
sit
laugh
back.
at least.
I'll be back in a little bit. guys.
Now I think of Bill Cosby. It's sad things. But
No, if you ever get a
drugging
chance to
people.
watch himself, that will blow you. That was great.
he was an amazing stand-up. Some of those old records of his are like they're unparalleled.
Ruba.
Yeah, he's unfortunate. Kind of a complicated figure now, but
Yeah,
so can't really celebrate him as much.
I do.
I mean, you can personally. I mean, it's just like hard.
Yeah,
You know what I
I
mean?
don't get into that kind of stupid politics because I loved how it backfired on the reason what they were going for.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he didn't get convicted.
And they deserved it, and boy did it backfire.
I think too much time had lapsed, and he's in such bad shape now too. He's
I
pretty
haven't
old.
actually followed him, so I don't know how he's doing. But I just
I'm not
know
sure if he's
the
public
Cosby
anymore,
Show,
really.
that stand-up
yeah.
himself in his book. Oh my gosh, what laughs! Great laughs.
Yeah, I mean, he was also like a major figure for like the racial equality stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like there weren't many black comics. He predates Richard Pryor and all that. It's,
And he didn't curse as much or
that's
as
true.
severely
Yeah.
as some did to get a laugh.
It was the time period, right?
He
it was,
made it funny without having to swear every word.
Yeah, it was not like Eddie Murphy or something.
Yep.
Like that. It was
Although I
hilarious
was trying
in
to
his own
stay
way.
away from names, but he
Yeah.
would be Richard Pryor was just as bad.
Yeah, no doubt. But they were vulgar and hilarious. I mean,
You didn't have to be vulgar, and Cosby proved that
he's,
to you.
He's like, Seinfeld is like that. I mean, they're very talented guys. They keep it clean all the time.
And that's why I enjoyed. And man, like I said, that stand-up on HBO himself. Oh my gosh, was that hilarious!
Yeah.
Dentist's way
It's
he
on-
led that off. Oh my goodness!
It's on HBO.
It was It came out on HBO back in like 1986.
Oh, okay. So
Because it led to the matter of fact, might even have been before, because it led to the Cosby Show. And
like a half-hour special kind of thing.
oh no, you never saw the Cosby Show?
Oh no, I know that.
Yeah,
of course.
it was a 2-hour stand-up, I think he did, and that all led himself to the show, the Cosby Show. Much
yes,
like
yeah.
Tim Allen's stand-up that
Himself,
he did before. Oh, what was it? Tim the Tool Man.
Oh, he did a show.
Home Improvement.
Home Improvement, yeah.
The spoof on Home Improvements, but his stand-up,
Yeah, he was a great
years
stand-up.
prior, led into that.
But he was also in movies in the 70s. He was in all these
True.
great Uptown Saturday Night. I mean, that was like he did, and he had record, like actual like LPs of his comedy in the 60s. So by the time like 82, it's crazy because like he was like at the kind of already had a lot of success.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, having the Cosby Show was sort of
was-
later in his career.
And that just, like I said, between the book he wrote called Fatherhood and the stand-up himself, that's what launched Cosby Show.
Right.
And if you watch many of the episodes and have seen both of those, they show big time in it. Just like Seinfeld's stand-up, you see it a lot in his show too.
Yeah.
So, but it was, like I said, dentists. Oh, to lead off saying, what's the one, dentists. They all tell you to never, ever put anything in your mouth. And what's the first thing they reach for? An iron hook. Granted, I did it bad. I butchered it badly. But you guys, it's just, dentists is, I because I had orthodontic work and all, I completely related to everything he was saying. So, and then I'm going out to have a good time. That just was outrageous.
I'll have to check it out. I have it now. I'm gonna put it on my watch list here.
Yeah,
I've seen his stand-up and stuff, just not that one in particular.
Oh, yeah.
He's very, very good.
The
like you said.
Noah stuff he did in the 70s, oh my gosh. I could almost see the way he's saying it, how it really played out. Because, Noah.
Bible joke.
Spaceman
Yeah.
634, thanks for the resubscribe 34 months in a row. Thank you
Holy
so much,
crap.
sir. Uh-oh, I have good news and bad news. Oh, Lord, what a day for that. Fire away, or are you going to talk to me somewhere else? Good news is the 707 works great. Cool. Bad news is for the Sinister Simulator. We know that part. Okay, what's the bad news there, Spaceman? Uh-oh. Even landed fantastically in a thunderstorm. That's not bad news. Although your passengers may say, what the hell are you doing landing in a thunderstorm? No. Speaking of which, another one of those things I wonder if they fixed here is I was late getting her out of Renton and I am fried. Well, all you gotta do is get a spatula, turn yourself over, and you should be fine. Sad humor, I know. All right, let me take a look at something here. I'm trying to see where my top of descent is. I found it once. Okay, end of 150. We're getting real close, I'll say that much. Okay, so, maybe page 2. That would not be page 2. How about perf? Hey, 43 miles. Yikes. What's our descents? Like I told you, folks, this one sneaks up on you. Great, I don't have descents. So let's see what the ILS calls at jammy. Okay, approach. From jammy in, let's just set 4,000. Oh, they got that working now, I think. I think it was this plane. Top of descent coming in on the map here, folks. We'll get back in here, get you all back in the groove of the flight, and hopefully be able to answer the one question we had is how do we try to get a landing better than 500 feet a minute on this thing? I really don't have tips on this plane for that. Yep, everybody's getting in line to do hurricane flights. And thanks again, Spaceman, for the resubscribe. 33 months, like I said, folks. Appreciate that. Also, we had a hype train earlier. Because we had a gift sub of Tomcat resubscribed for 2 months in a row. Awesome. Thank you, sir. Duluth gave out 5 community subs a couple hours ago, followed by Twitch giving out a couple on top of it. Started a hype train. Never seen what was a level 3. I don't know what that is. Sounds good. So I'm going to say it's good. So, but that's awesome. Thank you, Tomcat, also for the resubscribe. And we're going to begin our approach 10 minutes out. And I think we'll be in a little longer than that, but we'll see. Grace is right ahead of us.
What's going on?
And Godspeed's in the house.
How's everybody doing?
got the MD11 in the air for you.
Passenger or freighter?
Freighter. Like I said, I'm gonna check this one out first, and then.
I'm not impressed.
Huh?
I'm not impressed unless it's a passenger.
Okay,
I'm just kidding.
that's cool. Yeah, flight attendant, seat 6A, kick them out. I don't care that we're at 36,000. We're over water. It won't hurt too much.
That's what a true pilot would say.
So how's it going, sir?
It's going. I tried to cold start that Gulfstream yesterday.
And
I kind of figured out.
is there any kind of manuals with it, or?
I'm sure there is, but I wasn't actually paying attention. I was trying to all do it in my, try and do it all in my noggin.
I'd have to
Learning
look
from other planes.
I'd have to look directly at it to see if there's any IRUs to align and stuff like that. If it's like the Citation 10, it shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, I don't
Most
know how to
corp
fly
jets
that.
aren't that sophisticated anymore. They're pretty simple, like this thing. You just go up here, click your ignition you want, click it on, it does everything for you, and then you put the fuel to it.
You said the MD11's simple.
I think it is, me personally. If you get in your mind, it's not a Boeing. It's an Airbus. You're gonna find things start flowing pretty quickly here. Because if you look at this little gauge here, your FMC/McDo, it's almost identical. Speaking of which, our landing speed today is estimated at 154, approach 159. You find that, folks, by clicking takeoff and approach.
Is it easier than the hell's that thing called? The one that looks like a whale.
747-200.
The Beluga.
Oh, the Beluga, that's an Airbus. Well, yeah, you got that one in the Guppy. I don't think you're talking the Guppy, the prop.
How come you never fly that? It's for 12.
Yeah, I'm just A300s. I'm not a big whole
I thought you loved
fan.
Airbus.
Huh?
I thought you loved Airbuses.
I do. Just the A300, the originals, I'm not a huge fan of. Like this plane, I'm not a huge fan of the MD11. I may not get the passenger version. The only reason I would is to get the passenger version of this airplane. I saw this aircraft passenger version a lot at the airport I was at. The cargo version like this, I saw their 747 once or twice, but always was mostly the passenger. I also like maybe in a couple of other airlines, but
Would you fly it if it was gifted to you?
what, the passenger?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd fly it. So,
More than once.
more than once. I mean, I've flown this more than once. I've got a couple dozen flights in it already, and I've had it only like 6 months.
Hey, that's like when X-Plane 12 came out.
So,
No?
6 months ago?
Yeah, didn't it?
No, we're talking over a year. X-Plane 12's been out a while.
I didn't think it was out for that long.
Maybe I'm wrong. Fortnite, welcome aboard. One question, could you show me which plugins you use? If you use any. Oh, I use some, sir. Plugins. Here's the active list. POSCON, I really don't use that one much anymore, but the XUIPC, that's a big one to have. Sim Toolkit Connect, you get that to be able to connect up to Sim Toolkit, which is what we're do our flight briefings and all on. Same with XPilot, that's how we connect to VATSIM. Avatab, highly recommended free plugin. It basically, well, I'll show you. It gives you a lot of resources, kind of mimics what you see over here, if you see that. So it's really nice to have. It's free. And better pushback, highly recommend, folks. The name in itself matches what it does. You can tell it to push you back, pull you forward to a spot that ATC has told you to go to, and where you can't really do that with default. Fly Lua, I've been having some troubles with that, but I have it. Nimbus, that comes with the Nimbus and SAM. Skunk Crafts is the updater, and the today we have the MD11. Next flight it'll say Airbus A320NEO Toliss. I forget what it'll say. And then my plug-in admin looks like that. Some other stuff hidden in the background behind that. All right, let me get in here because we're about to bring this thing in. Okay, once we make the turn or this song ends, we are going sterile cockpit. Fly with Lua, I can't remember how that worked. I know it's part of some programming. You can put in some neat things Duluth uses for landings and other things. I currently get the little message saying the Lua's script reset red when I fire up, but if I just reload them, it goes away. So, but yeah, I haven't done anything with the Lua scripts in a long time. Probably your best source, oddly enough, Sparky43. He's been working on a 747-400, and there are some Lua scripts out there to help you load the plane per a VA or however, and get the fuel to load up right in the 747-400. It's just to help. I don't even really know how to describe what it can all do. Oh, I'm getting to transition level. Hang on a second. Let's go ahead and set it. 2981. Dummy, I forgot to switch. See, folks, I did it again. I talked about it. It took me forever to figure out how to get it from inches to HEPA. Did it again. That little button right there. So, but yeah. And I'm just doing a quick Google search. I know it was big for X-Plane 11. Doesn't really say what it does. I'll be honest, I don't know of anything in my aircraft that use it. All right, let's get some speed brakes in here, folks. Now we'll use the arrows. Let's go ahead, go full. And folks, out there in the chat land or here on voice, hey, feel free to help out Fortnite if you know what Lua scripts are really there for and what they're used for. He's asking some questions I truly don't really have answers for. I don't use them pretty much anymore in X-Plane 12. And the only ones I used in X-Plane 11 was a landing rate one and a loader for the Sparky 747 400. And that was from FedEx. 10,000 feet.
Yeah, I only use it for a landing rate in clouds.
Okay, let me make sure we're good to go here, folks. Let's plan. Medium. And here we go. Temperatures, just make sure we're not below freezing. Shouldn't be up here at 10,000 feet, but you never know. Plus 14. Okay, we're good. All right, we are at our altitude. And I set 240, folks. Just gives me that 10-knot cushion in case you got an airline that you might fly for. There are many out there that are really strict. And if you bust that 250 too long, they may deduct points or worse, the flight. I haven't heard of them going that strong, but I have heard points get deducted. But if you keep it at 240, it gives you that 10-knot buffer to 250 before you would get into trouble with them. Because sometimes you may not catch it in time to get the spoilers back up.
That's just under 10,000 feet, though, right?
Correct. Or by your charts. There are some airports where you'll go to 250, 12, 13 to 18. I've had one as high as 19,000 feet. It's also a high altitude airport, but still, it's unusual to see them that high.
Does that actually say on the nav charts?
Yeah. Paro, you'll come in at 20,000, 250, I think. And the next fix, you're in that weird descent to the final descent where you start down that river valley into the airport. And yeah, it's unreal how high up they get you to 250 or slower. And that's why. So you can get down that ravine and be legal for the runway. It's not fun. Today's next flight is up there in the title for everybody, but it's Queenstown, New Zealand to Wellington, New Zealand. currently planned in the A320NEO. But I can always be persuaded maybe to a Zibo or a different Airbus for Air New Zealand. But right now we're going to do it in the A320. And folks, if you haven't flown Queenstown, that is an awesome, awesome approach to fly. Especially if you got weather. It's one of those RNAVs where you go around a mountain or a hill, whatever they call it down there, and you got to line up for the runway. And in the clouds, it's kind of scary because you don't. Is that granite cumulant where I'm going to hit the granite?
My cabinet's made out of granite. Does that count?
Could.
Okay. Keep that in mind.
But yeah, when the mountains get covered by clouds, it's granite cumulus. You can fly in, but usually you don't fly out.
Let me introduce you to the terrain radar.
Oh, I got something. Thank you. It's right over here. Not bad. All right, we're going to slow this pup up to 210 now.
Are we? Is this the fancy one? Is this the new one? Is this the passenger?
This is the newest version for the freighter, which is the same
you really
version.
just had a... Okay.
It's the same version for the passenger. It just doesn't have windows.
No windows. Gosh. Can you believe though they're charging like previous buyers? They're still charging us like $35
Yeah, but
to buy.
I'm going to buy it probably.
I will too. I will.
I mean, they could be charging 90.
Yeah, they could make, because for all we know, there's more stuff in it than this one.
Cabin. We get these things called seats and galleys.
What's a seat?
In a bathroom.
What's a seat?
Sir, where, if you don't mind me asking, where are your two hemispheres located at? That's where you might find your answer.
We fly on egg cartons.
Ah, okay. Really going the cargo routes.
You think they give us seats on these things? Come on.
Best thing we get is an Amazon box or a box that we're shipping. You always wonder why there's that one weird box with a dent in it. Well, you see, pilot's got somewhere to sit.
All right, I think I may have to take over. It is not wanting to come down.
Well, it looks like your throttle.
I don't know how to make it act right.
Can you actually dump fuel on the X-Plane?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it just with certain planes or all planes?
Well, I mean, the ones who have it in real life, like, there's some planes where the max takeoff weight is lower than the maximum landing weight, which means they don't need to dump fuel. You know, like the 737 or A320. The smaller, narrow-body aircraft, they don't need to dump fuel. They can burn fuel if they want. They can stay in the pattern for longer if they feel comfortable with that. But dumping fuel is, you know, mostly the larger aircraft. Just ask anyone in LA. They'll tell you stories of the day when it rained Jet A fuel.
They did that out west of Scott Air Force Base one day too.
Mm-hmm.
Not a triple. 767 came in with one of the main gears stuck up, and yeah, had to dump some fuel.
I just had the 767 take your flyover yesterday.
This was for TWA.
Oh, I'm talking the Air Force.
Yeah,
tanker.
I know. I know which one. It's a beautiful plane.
It really is. Did you hear they're retiring their the DC-10?
Yep. And
did you see that on Fighter?
Potentially the KC-135s too.
Why am I getting attention? Okay, apparently. Apparently there's a fire going on at the college that I'm attending. Whoops. Thankfully I'm at home playing GTA. Heh, that was losers.
All right, we're on the ILS, folks. I don't have a runway yet, but oh wait, no, maybe. Let's get some more flaps in.
That information in mind. I will put my prediction in.
That's why I don't like that. Okay, where's the runway?
I don't like when my pilot asks me that question.
Where's the runway? Tell me I didn't just fly over it.
I will say the MD11 does feel slippery. Does not like to slow down.
Five right. Which runway is that again?
2500.
Oh crud, it's this runway. I'm going right down the middle for the airfield. I'm going to the left. And Taipei traffic, whoops, helps to be talking. Taipei traffic, world 572, short final, 5 left. Okay, next notch, gears down, brake set. Sidestep. Why did the chicken get across the road? To get from the left to the right. Oh, sorry folks, you don't know Stripes. Great movie. Bill Murray. Now I'll be curious if Sim Toolkit if I get it right, because I set up for one runway. Sometimes Sim Toolkit says no, you were supposed to be on the other. Okay, let's get the flaps down to 35. Here we go. Winds look like we're getting a good cross. Okay. Yeah, we'll land.
400.
Glide slope.
How am I below it? Actually above it.
Sync.
30, 20, 10.
Yeah, she was a pain to get slowed down. And we'll go off here. And that's a cargo area too, by the way, over there, folks. I think a lot of UPS flights end up over there. I, on the other hand, I'm gonna take this one down here. Okay. Did that last time, folks. Got too concerned up in the top and she went to a circle.
Stabilizer. Full lap. Flat. Spoiler. Stabilizer. Full lap.
Trying to do too much in a short curve. It'd be neat if it left ruts. Feels like I'm getting ready to dodge rickshaws. Yes, sir, I do use FatSim. Fortnite. All right, turn those guys off. Come down here. All right. And that off. Where are you? 1, 2. There we go. All right, let me do the after landing, after parking, spoilers, flaps, radars off, auto brake, I believe. Nope, I have not set. Off. Exterior lights, anti-ice, APU. That is something I did not. Shame on me. We're going to have to kind of wait on it. Or be a smarty pants and go, whoops, ground ops, ground power. Engines are far enough back, it's not going to affect them. On. Tail fuel switches can be turned off, even though we don't have air. We'll leave the middle engine on until stape trim. Let's go to 3 units. And emergency. Oh, the IRS. Oh, too high. Off, off, off. And anti-ice defogger off, and status page will check. Yaw damper failed, auto brake off. Okay, I think we're good. I'm gonna go back one more time. 2. And status looks good. And then last, back to engine, and there we go. All right, folks, welcome in. We are probably just now getting the APU online, APU bleeds online. And beacons off. Oh wait, no it's not. Gotta shut the number 2 engine down. Now,
What was your landing?
do what?
What was your landing?
I'm getting to that in a minute here. I'm just getting the airplane set up. Chocks, staircase. Click, 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 and click. And we'll go ahead and open it up this time. There it is, folks. It actually is still on its wheels. I gotta stop coming in so far. I feel like I come in too far into the cargo areas. All right, so let's find out how we did, folks. And the survey says, first, we'll check the airline. And they said I did 76 feet a minute. Yeah, that's the bounce. No, we'll take it, though. But yeah, that was the bounce that caused that. I kind of lifted up. I could feel. I don't know if I actually left the ground a second time or not. But the official that I go by is the hard butt of Sim Toolkit. Hey, they got us at 264, folks. That wasn't bad. We were pretty fast, though. Thinking we should have been closer to 150 on the landing, and we were 30 knots fast. Okay, and okay, pretty standard autopilot flying, folks. Just be honest, that's how autopilots look. Nice, pretty straight lines. Flew 353 miles in an hour and 22 minutes, 10,000 kilograms of fuel. We landed 264 and feet per minute, 184 knots. That is at least 20 knots too fast. And 180. I'm going to check something real quick. Close. Landing. All right, so according to SimBrief, I can actually show you that. If you go to the landing performance, click calculate. Now, granted, I'm not, oh, this is way wrong, sorry. V approach was 160. So I'm going to say 155 to even lower for our landing speed. And we were way over that. Okay. All right, let's see if it's going to give it wrong. Oh my gosh, it did put us on the right runway. It even planned us, folks, for 5 right, but yet the information's coming in on 5 left. Not because I land, well, it could have been. It's how it should be, but it doesn't. We landed 2,600 feet down a 12,000 foot runway. We were 1 foot off the center line. That I could have agreed with. Here's where we aim for visually. And like you can see, I'm about 1,000 feet up from it. So, but here's the end of the landing zone. So you know what? It's a good landing. And we exited about here. We're parked about here. Oh, it's no longer UPS territory. It's leftover plane territory. Mothballing. So pretty good flight, folks, overall. I hope y'all enjoyed, and the winner If you would have put in exclamation mark predict, a space, and a negative number, had some guy by the name of Flying with Mike won. 310. I don't
I
know.
think this is rigged.
Yeah, yeah. I've been called that many times. So, all right. So I'm gonna. Oh, let's see what Elevatech got us at. Flights and 259. So, but still fast. So, it is what it is. You know, nothing you can do about it. All right, folks. I am going to wrap this flight up. And for those of you here on Twitch, we're going to stay live on Twitch. I'm going to wrap this up and then switch us into the next flight, which is going to be Queenstown to Wellington, both in New Zealand. So stay tuned. Give us about 5 minutes to do the flip out, and then we'll be all nicely sitting down in Queenstown. And real quick, weather guessing time. It's VFR. What? Broken at 7,000. So pretty decent departure for Wellington, which is also VFR. So looks like a pretty good flight. So folks, stay tuned. We'll be back momentarily here on Twitch. For you guys out in YouTube, there'll be a second video for the second flight. See ya in a few. God bless. We'll be back in a moment. Well, hello, folks. Boy, that music really puts me on a spot trying to get everything lined up. But anyway, hey, we are into flight number 2. We are in Queenstown, New Zealand, preparing to fly to Wellington. Now, the departure may or may not be tricky, depending the runway. They tell me Wellington is a tricky approach, and I don't remember it being that way. But who knows? Maybe beginner's luck. Who knows? Just making sure my time is good here. It looks like it is. For some reason, I got rid of this in SimBrief. I don't know how I did that, but, you know, strange things happen here. All right, so we've got that set up here. And hang on a second. I'm going to bring in Sim Toolkit. We'll brief it out real quick, and then we're going to get this thing loaded and flying. Whoa. What the heck? Oh, man, I am still up here. I thought I switched that. I'm trying to figure out why did it do that? Yeah, you got to change this too, Captain. I think we'll go there. Let's see, is it daylight there yet? Oh, that'll work. Let's just go real time. All right, so bear with me a second here, folks, as I got things all turned around. We're going to fly out of here in the Toliss A320. I didn't hear any gripes. If I did, I missed it. Sorry. Uh-oh. What beeped? Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Now let's see if I need to reset the cockpit in any way. Off. Auto. We'll go 2. All right. That's all good. That's all good. All right, I think radios are good. I think we're ready to go. Let's get back outside. I didn't think that was going to happen, right? All right, we'll recycle everything. But you can see the beauty in this departure potentially. I think we're good to go. Hang on, I'm just going to do this. Okay, just waiting for everything to recycle. And it should have disappeared. Good. Oh man, this is gonna be fun. All right, so let's open. All right, there we go, folks. Now we got everything lined up right. Okay, it happens when you try to do things in a hurry. You always miss something along the way. All right, and I will miss that if I don't be careful. All right, so we are now in the Toliss A320, and we are flying Queenstown. Hang on, I'm going to regret that, I know. Good, I didn't. Well, hang on, here it comes. Oh, good. All right, I thought I was going to have a sound device on here twice. Sometimes getting in a hurry, that's what happens. All right, so we're at Queenstown. And one more look outside, folks. The approach we flew in brought us in through the valley onto the runway over here. I'm not 100% certain how long the runway is behind us. But yeah, folks, real world, if you by chance happen to look here, you may find it familiar, especially the Lord of the Ring fans. It was filmed in this area and points south. You're in the what's called fjords of New Zealand, especially the closer you get to the southern tip. And it's supposedly some really beautiful. You saw it in the Lord of the Rings. So, and the rest of the trilogies that spun out. So that's where we are today, folks. All right, pre-brief time. Now that I've got everything, I think, settled down. All right. Yeah. Oh, gotta find out what airport's over here. But anyway, again, here's all the fjords down throughout here. Okay, to Wellington, we'll have 35,640 pounds of payload. They're going to put on us 12,884 pounds of fuel, 162 peeps with 72, or call it 7,300 pounds of cargo, bags and cargo. We're going to fly the routing specified both here and here off runway 23. And into Wellington on 16, all dependent on what I see on NavGraph charts. I haven't looked at this yet, so hopefully this will work out great. Weather, none being reported here in Queenstown, but Wellington, 150 at 15, so pretty good for that runway. Few clouds at 1200, broken layer at 4800. That means we can fly, folks, and that means we also, our ceiling is not going to really impede us in need of a ILS Cat 2 or 3, hopefully. Finally, we're going to get over here to VATSIM. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na, VATSIM. 21:25 Zulus, our departure time. Actually, I'm going to bump it up to 20 just so it should go through. There's our routing again, folks, minus the, oh, what am I trying to say? The SIDS and stars. Hang on, click and put the nav information in. We'll go 75. ANZC all looks good. Oops. Okay, flight plan is filed. We'll go ahead, connect. ANZ 235, Air New Zealand 235. No, we're not an MD11. We're at A20 November. NEO and connecting. All right, folks, we're now online. All right, let's get this bird in the air. That's what y'all are here for. That's what I'm here for too. I want to do some flying. Legs 2 here, Queenstown to Wellington. All right, real quick, we'll go through this one a lot quicker, folks. Batteries are on. We're on external power. Hang on a second. That seemed a little low. Let me check. Okay, APU fire check. That's good. All right, let's get down here before fuel pumps are off. No, they're not. Now they are. Little out of order, but will help me speed up a little bit. Okay, looks good. All right, down and set, and here we go. Let's load this plane up, we said, with 12,884. So the closest we'll get is 13. That's fine. Next page, we'll stay at that and see how it does. Next page, we're going for 162. Let's look at our weight and balance. All right, we're looking for 133,300. That'll work. All right, so we'll kind of check back here when the refueling ends. Currently, folks, the fueling truck is automated as well. Everything, I love the animation here with Toliss. All right, so the fire checks will be done. When we're done refueling, we'll kick the EPU on. Cockpit lights checked, flaps were set correctly, 0 and showing 0. Speed brake was retracted. Probe heat is auto. Air conditioning panel not going to be checked just yet at gens, and let's just continue into the IRUs. Okay, continuing on, strobes are in auto, nav lights 2, and seatbelts will turn on in a minute, and armed and nav auto, fuel pumps will come on after we get the EPU running. All right, let's get down here, get the alignment started. 271. Okay, good. Hang on a second. I'm just getting something just in case I need it. Perfect. All right. Push it away. All right. Now let's get our spot if we can find it. All right, so we're 01.1. Looks like 01.3. .45 south, 1.3. Good. Okay, we're going for 168.44 point. Hang on, let me just see. I don't think it's going to tell me the stand. 6, it did. Okay. 44.5. Okay. 168, 44.5 east by 45 south, 1.3. Got him. All right, hit align and confirm. That brings us back. Now we'll do the winds. All right, let's see what we got left here. Okay, refueling's complete, so let's get the plane firing up the EPU. Waiting for flap open. And let's start it. Okay, let's press on here. What I like to do here is go to page 2. Head over here real quick. Um, 133.4, okay, 24 up 29.4. So diagonal 29. We're wanting 0.4. Blocking 13. Okay, we actually loaded it this time. Flight plan. All right, let's look over the charts here. All right, we're parked right here in R6. Currently, we are slating 2-3 for departure. Is that a tailwind departure? No. It's almost right down the runway. Huh. Wonder why I misread that. Anyway. So it looks like we'll push back, face west, come up here, Alpha 4, up Alpha to the runway. That's just looking at that chart, folks. All right, now, departure. Think 8. So let's see if we can find that under SIDS. There it is. Okay, so here's what we do, folks. We pretty much fly straight ahead, and how do we determine which one we take? Hopefully the directions tell us up here. Airspace unsecure is not assured. Minimum turn at 1600. Maintain terrain clearance. Not. All right. Yippee-ki-yay is how this is. All right, what's our first fix? To Q in. So we're coming right back, aren't we? All right, hang on. I'm just taking a look here, folks. QN is right there. Oh boy. All right, let's take a look at this chart. So we're basically we're going to turn right, and basically that is what we're doing. Intercept back into QN and intercept track ADOS, LILRA, and QN. So at 7,600 feet. That way we clear a lot of mountains. Okay, so we're back inbound to here. Whew. All right, here we go. Click. Okay, we're doing the F departure. 23 FKN QN. All right, so you can kind of see what we're doing. We're going to do a little dog leg. We would have. Dog leg 7,600 back into QN, out on course. Pretty simple. Looks that way up top. Insert. Looks good. Okay, let's see. We're on plan, so we can go QN. Out to TIMJO. DOPKI. GRETA. Luxy, K-Core. Okay, and Wards. Wards, we begin our approach into, it looks like runway 16. Everything favors that runway. What's 16? Oh, that's all we got. Okay. 5,900 feet. That could make it a little tricky. There's our terminal. My guess we park here. Eastern apron. Well, yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll do the same thing, folks. Wellington. Arrivals. All right. Clear this. All right. So we've got, Arnav. You know what? We're going to do the RNAV X-ray. DOPKI. DOPKI's where this ended, right? Okay, so next. RNAV 16 X-ray. SID. Okay, so add. Okay. Coming in on the star. 4 Delta. DORB is our via, and there are no transitions. Okay, insert. Okay, so wards. And then we start in. And then WN 509, 416 at RAB. At RAB is 6 mile final. That's not bad. Okay. All right, and if we miss, we go out to a thing wind 516, hold, alternate, Russell, Inberg. I have a feeling we're going north to Auckland. Okay, so that's why a lot of extra fuel. Got it. All right, so that all works out real nice. All right, let's pull charts away. One last time over to the EFB. Everything looks good. Takeoff 2-3. Toliss, if by chance you listen, I would love to know the METAR right here. So that way we can match up a lot easier. But that's okay. I'll bring NavGraph in again. 220 at 11. Oh, that's right. 11. Okay. I got thrown. Temperature threw me. 6. That's right. 2981. 2983. We're going to go with a wet runway, anti-ice on the engines. And this is definitely a toga. Let's see how toga does. Flaps 2. Air conditioning on. Try it again. We're going to go flaps 3. That's the best we're going to get out of it. All right. Now, let's go back to flaps 2. All right, now we'll have 1,800 feet if we use 114 as our V1. If we use 128, we only have 500 feet. So just so you can see how, I make fun of having that cute little picture to see where it is in SimBrief, but in this case, it does help you. Okay. So what I'll do now is come over here. First, we'll do NavRad. Okay, perf page, uplink. Put the numbers in, and we were 1010. Unfortunately, you can't change the temperature. You can try, but you can't. 220 at 11. Wet, so we'll go you got it, yeah, wet, and we're planning flaps 2. I go ahead and put that in there so when I do the takeoff data request, it'll come back here in a minute. Click received. Clear, and 124 always does this for some reason. 131, 135, again, insert. Now I am going to set it to 114. So if we lose an engine, if we get a master caution that will not allow us to fly out the plane, we abort before 114. Above 114, unless we lost both engines, we're gonna grab some sky. All right, clear that, move that, and folks, we are just about ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and throw the bleed air in. Okay. Now it's 10:10. Hang on, I'm just getting ACAR started. Perfect. All right, and okay, let's get our front here. So we'll go landing system, constraint. We'll get it over here, constraint. We're showing 10:10. Okay. Oop. How about we go here? VOR set. Okay, 20, that's good. That's good. Speed is managed, heading is managed, initial climb. All right, I am going to go ahead and set us all the way up to 37. Okay. Brake fans are off, auto brakes are off, nose wheel steering and anti skid on, gears down, 3 green, all switches are straight up and down, and throttles move. All right, we're ready to go, folks. I hope you are. A lot faster than I thought we would. All right, since we're still a good 30 minutes out from takeoff from pushback, I'm going to take a quick break, use the restroom, and then we're going to get going from here. So give you, here, you know what? We'll start the process. All right, and we'll be right back, folks. Stand by. All right, folks. Oh, I needed that break. Sorry. And I do apologize there, YouTubers. I just really needed a break. All right. Let me see what's going on down here. Getting messages caught up here real quick and we'll get the flight underway. There we go. All right, folks, let's start clearing away the brigade. Now, if you pay attention, folks, you're not going to really see it on that one, but when I pull this one away, you'll actually see these levels come up. The only thing that if you really wanted to be critical of Toliss, put drivers in the seats. I don't know if they're automated yet, but they could be. That's a possibility. But we're ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and button it up. Now, you can do this from inside, and I meant to, but that's what I get for. So we'll let this come down, stabilize, kind of move over a little. And then you can watch just the level of detail they've taken to this plane. Really amazing. And it's not just this plane, folks. It's the 319, the 320, or 321s. Can't speak for the 340. I don't have it. So, but anyway, folks, we are ready to go. Still got the chocks, and I'm pretty sure we're still connected to the external power. So I am coming off that. Okay, fuel pumps on. And doing our final checks here. All right, we're ready to go. Beacon coming on. And as you can tell, folks, Airbus is pretty simple. Let me look at something here, though. Hang on. Real life, would they? Yeah, they will be pushed back. Okay. I wasn't sure. Some airports, folks, they actually just pull out. And I was wondering if this was one of them. I'm going to go ahead. You were asking about better pushback. I'll show you a little bit of what you can do.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
All right, so I can actually make my first turn here, come out to say here on the pushback. Okay, and then here, enter.
Ground to cockpit.
That's a pretty basic one. I can get super complicated depending on airports. All right, I need to get rid of chocks. And we can do that right here. Whoops. Go to mechanic, external, and chocks. Brakes are on. And let's lock our door. Okay, we're all set, ready to go. Queenstown traffic, New Zealand 225 or 235, pushing back spot 6.
You know you're on a be right back screen, right?
Ah, didn't know that. Who turned that on?
have been you.
I actually did not see that looking at the plane on the outside. It must have blended in with the paint colors.
I thought I
Or
might let you
it's
know.
those eyeballs. Hey, I appreciate it. Really do appreciate. So, all right, folks. We're just waiting on the pushback to say they're ready to go, and then we will get this one underway. Stand by. Let's make sure that we are indeed up and running in Queenstown. We are. So we'll get credit for this one too. Brakes off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right. Okay, we'll go.
So-
Go ahead.
So like earlier when you were doing the whole pushback,
Yeah.
like if you just like turn the plane and put it where you wanted at the first time, it'll like work.
True.
Not sure if you knew that.
Oh yeah. But there are some airports. I'll give you one in case in point, St. Louis. You're gonna have to come out the alley and set up on the main taxiways for 3012s to start up. And to do that, you're going to zigzag a little. And you can do that here in Better Pushback to end up at a spot number. Not a parking stand. It's a yellow spot number on the ramp. We did that going to Alaska. And it was and they only started one engine for the most of the pushback, and then once they stopped, they fired up the other.
Speaking of Alaska, I wish there was a way to see the northern lights in X-Plane.
Yes, that is something I miss from a Century of Flight. I don't remember them in FSX.
Someone was telling me that it used to be an option, but Austin took it out.
Oh, it could be frame rate problem. Because of everything else he gives us,
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
it could come down to, you know, what you need on your system.
Disconnecting tow. Stand
And I'm
by.
pretty sure it's like in X-Plane 11, like in the settings to turn it on.
I don't remember it, but I've got it here. I can fire it up.
I mean, you're doing excellent job. I want to do it.
But
You're
yeah, I
doing
still
it.
have it. All right. Here's the fun thing, folks, with this Pratt & Whitney. Are we finally fired up? Okay, this isn't as bad. I've seen it a minute and a half cooling. And so let's get that one running. So it's going to wait the 5 seconds before it ignites and starts the fuel. 5 seconds isn't bad. A minute and a half, you're just like, oh, come on. But from what I understand, it's pretty realistic that way. All right, and we're pushed back. There's our pins. Thumbs up or hit them with the lights real quick. All right, engines are just about available. All right, 3-minute timer. All right, let's get to work. Going up top here to the air, to the bleed. Nosebleed section down to the alley floor. We said what, flaps 2? Verifying, going out to flaps 2. All right, into the middle here. We need trim 0.3. By the way, folks, when I set this trim, 9 out of 10 times, I don't touch my trim on the stick in the climb out. It's very accurate. I'm going to go ahead, check my surfaces. I'm really shocked at how simple this plane is to fly. It would really shock me if I ever got in a real plane and they said, here's, take the stick, and it flew as easy. Of course, I'm sure there'd be a ton of MELs, and it wouldn't be a smooth flight. All right, we're ready to go there. Just select. All right, so slides. All right, nose wheel, parking brake, brakes, flight control check. We just did. Ground spoilers armed, and auto brake to max.
I also found out too that if you hit file menu and quit, it'll explain quicker.
Do what? And then go up here?
I mean, don't actually do it
Go
unless
here, then quit?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you go to file menu, and then from like the menu, you go to quit, and it'll exit the game a lot faster.
Oh, okay. We'll give it a try here.
Don't do it right now.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do it right now, man. So we have
Hey,
to go
don't
back
do it
through
right
it all. Just because Nerd with Wings wanted to see it, folks, we're going to restart.
No, I didn't. No, I wasn't saying that at all. I was just letting you know.
I'm just having fun, man. There's no way I'm restarting. Charlie, oh, we could go out Charlie and cut over. Oh, yeah, we're gonna have to. Wait a minute, what the heck? Launch the drone. Oh, my intent. Whoa. Are you serious? They're that thin of taxiways? It's like we got a lengthy back taxi. Wow. Holy mackerel.
And if you hit like Control and M, it'll show you how stuff works and explain on the plane.
Oh, really?
I'm not sure if you knew that or not.
No, I didn't. I know M gives me the map. All right, folks. Oh, my goodness. Really? That is... I have got to look at the Google once we get out of here to see if they're really that narrow. I don't think they are. But I can always back taxi too. They sure look narrow. Never mind. They actually do look narrow on the chart.
Are you sure those aren't like for the vehicles?
No, they're showing as taxiways. Queenstown traffic, New Zealand 235 back taxi, runway 23 for departure. Holy mackerel. This is definitely made for small aircraft. I don't even know. The wheels won't even, the wheelbase won't fit. It's actually, hang on, I've got notices here. All aircraft code C must be, okay, aircraft to use full length for takeoff, otherwise, Wow. So yeah, they are limited. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Yankee, limited to aircraft maximum weights 12,566 pounds. Welcome to a back taxi airport. Wow. Holy mackerel. That is downdrafts, likely crossing the river, pavement. Okay. Wow, this airport's got a lot of what ifs. Like I said, folks, Queenstown, November, Zulu, Quebec, November. Great approach through those mountains right there to get lined up on 2-3. And 5 is probably going to be just as spectacular. And there isn't really a lot of room to turn around. All right. Oh, this is going to be fun. Toga takeoff, folks. Oh, we need to do the takeoff test. And it passed. Queenstown traffic, New Zealand 245 departing 23. And yes, Mr. Matt, we are punching it. Punch it. Toga.
Toga! Toga!
Toga. Toga. Toga.
B1. Wasn't that like an Animal House?
Yep. And
That's all.
rotate. Here we go. Are you serious? Is that a blast pad at the end? No, it's not. Gear up. And we are airborne. Actually, a little steep. There we go. And basically, you guessed it, folks, we're flying this arm out. Oop, that's easy. Let's get that needle to tell us when to turn. Actually, you know what? I can just go say, Auto, do the work. Hey, thrust climb set. Spoilers can be reset. And we are on our way. There's our turn. But yeah, you fly this arm till you get to the right altitude, and then you turn back. There's a VOR up the way a little bit. We're headed straight to it and then on course, and we'll be way above all of this. Though at least that's in theory the game plan. But yeah, we're on our way, folks. All right, I'm going to go ahead, move the ignition switch back to normal. Final checks here. Autopilot, good. Flaps coming up. Boy, I'd love to see this in real life. This just looks spectacular. I may have to look for some Queensland inbound and outbound video. Or Queenstown, sorry. Look at that.
Oh, I might try to play some American Truck Simulator.
It's not like the real thing. Sorry to blow people's bubbles on that.
Yeah.
I got my million miles with the real truck. Look at, oh my goodness, this scenery. Holy mackerel.
I've actually been hit by one. It's pretty scary.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. I mean, I could still function properly. But it is still pretty scary.
Oh, I'll bet. Yeah, folks, I am taking screenshots in case you're not. Wow. All right, guys at Laminar, very impressed. All right, so now we are basically turning back towards the airfield. Okay, be safe. They're going to check a daycare out for her 6-month-old to see how it is. But you can kind of see the relationship runway, VOR, not far apart.
It's probably already going to be expensive.
What?
Daycares.
Oh, yeah. She had a couple of other issues to work out before this so that she could get her in. And it looks like they've worked out, so now she can press on. It would have been even more expensive had she not waited. Okay, we are climbing. Autopilot's on.
Be right back.
I'll still be here. Real quick system check. Good. All right, we're climbing through 16,000, folks. We're about to cross back over. Let's see if we can see down there. There's the airport we took off from. Wow, look at that scenery, folks. Oh my goodness. Again, if you didn't catch the opening on this, folks, if you've watched Lord of the Rings, and I'll be honest, I've only watched, if I got an hour in, that's probably over-exaggerating. It was filmed in this area of New Zealand. All of that trilogy and the trilogies that spun out of it. And you can see why. I mean, look at this. So, and I bet you we'd be shocked to find out what other ones. But Lord of the Rings is the big one. Matter of fact, I came very close to, instead of this livery, it being the Lord of the Rings livery. Came very close to downloading it, but I like this one too, so. Wow, just, wow, spectacular scenery here, folks, spectacular. So, hope y'all enjoyed that. We've got, oh, let me put the overlay up. He would if he'd had activated. All right, let's just do that. It'll find us here in a heartbeat. All right, and the aircraft for today is Z. All right, now we can put that up there. Looks like about 48 minutes, folks, to our destination. Glad you all are a part of Flying with Mike today. Those of you that's been with Twitch, thank you so much. We started off on Twitch. We started at Naha, Okinawa, Japan. Went over to Taipei, Taiwan, testing out the new version to the freighter, MD11. Really good, folks. Still got a couple things about it that are difficult, but if you fly it over and over and over, it'll probably become, like all the airplanes, second nature to you. Now we're on flight 2, the final flight for now. And we're flying from Queenstown to Wellington. We got an interesting RNIP involved at Wellington, so we'll enjoy that. Is that somebody talking to me? Are you talking to me? So, but anyway, thanks again for being here. YouTubers, thank you so much for your support and subscribing and all that you do there. We are past the ability, not past it, but we're able to monetize stay tuned. That's coming. We're trying to make sure we do it right so you benefit, make and give you even more benefits, so that when we give them to you, we're going to also spread them out over Twitch. So Twitch was what started the move for us on online here. We're not going to leave them in the dark. I don't know what's... Must be on VATSIM. So, again, thank you so much. So, I'm just going to stay quiet. We're going to climb on up. Like I said, about 48 or so minutes to go, and we'll be in Wellington. Matter of fact, just so you all who followed us down to Queenstown last week, we're going to be going just to the west of Christchurch Airport up here in a little bit. So, and that's where all of the operations for Deep Freeze come out of. Well, they stage there, then they go to their Antarctica staging point, McMurdo, and then out onto the ice. Primarily C-130s, but other aircraft will go to McMurdo. Land on the ice, land on the snow, and get the supplies down there that those research personnel and people down there need. Most of it's contract, 6 months, some there for over a year or two. So really not the best place to fly in, but you know, you got to do what you got to do, land on the snow and ice, and be very careful. No idea where they're at, but that's okay. Here, let me bring this in real quick. This will be Sim Toolkit again, folks. There's what we did to get out of the area. VOR. Look at the aircraft's crab. The wind's aloft here, folks. Wicked. But again, just giving you an idea. There's those fjords that are just so spectacular. Radar's on, right? Yep. Let's go up to turbulence as well. All right, now we're not expecting much weather along the way, folks, but you never know. That's why we're making sure things are set up. 37,000 is our top, and we're almost there. Enjoy. All right, folks, didn't want to let you think I was out of here. We're still here. We're still kicking. And all right, folks, had to get some drink there. All right, we are showing in at about 30 minutes out of Wellington. Just a recap for some people that may not have been here for the beginning. Hang on a second of this flight. All right, let me just kind of pull away so you can see what's ahead of us. Christchurch is right in this area, right where CH is. Then we'll turn up Love, Luxev, Kak, Ur, Wards, and then we start this approach. Okay, now the approach itself is pretty decent. We're coming in from Wards, so we need to be above 11,000 at UP Mom. You can see the rest below 6,000 by Dorbu. That's where we start this RNAP. Maximum speed, so that doesn't mean we have to fly 240 knots. We can't go faster than it, which is cool. All right, so then from Dorbu, wait a minute. I love this when they're different. Okay. Maximum altitude is 6,000. Again, it said at or below. And again, no faster than 240. We're basically going to be slowing, folks, because we need to be at 210, 170, and still slowing to approach speed from ATRAB. Now, again, the word max. It's not like the word at. You may have watched a couple of pretty intense conversations, real world ATC against real world commercial pilots. So here we just can't be faster than. So I'm going to be at about 180, 160 to 180 and approach speed here to finalize it out. So gear coming down, full flaps on approach. ATRAB 6 miles out, so it's not bad. And a mandatory 20,000 feet. So that we will comply. Well, we'll see. If we're on the, glide, then we're not worried about it. Finally on this, well, let's look up here real quick. Sorry, I jumped ahead. Okay, there's our frequencies we may not hear. Okay, we're on an RNAV. Final approach course is 160. Again, mandatory at 2,010 feet at RAB, 6 mile final. Decision altitude 410 on the altimeter here. 369 on the radar, which will show here when we're below 2,500 feet. 41 feet above sea level, and I can kind of see now why they call it a little bit of a tricky approach. You're turning in between a couple of hills, 1,500 feet, 1,700 feet. So I get that. Okay, so now I see the trickiness. I must have came in the other way. Just reading. Must have an RNIP of 0.3 between Dorbu and Atrib. And okay. So distance between, okay, that's on the mist, ATC restrictions. Okay, so we'll be coming around the corner here, right at mandatory, by the way, wind 416, initial fix 4,000 feet. So as long as we're at 4,000 feet coming around here, we're in good shape. Down here is our minimums. Call it 400 overcast or broken or higher. We're good to come in. And for us, 2,000 meters or more is legal. Awesome. And we need an RNIP of 0.1. All right, and then once we get on the ground, my game plan is to just, I don't know where we'll park, probably in this terminal, but you never know, I might decide to go here. We'll kind of see what it looks like. All right, so there you have it, folks. For those that weren't here when we pre-briefed, we're right now coming up where it's equal time back to Queenstown as it is to continue on to Wellington. And we're going to continue on. And we should... We're approaching. Queenstown. I'm sorry, correction, Christchurch. After the river. I thought we might see the airport from up here, but I don't think we are. we're 54 miles out. Let's get our numbers in real quick. And latest numbers out of Wellington start at 2130. All right, we don't have the latest. All right, so it's our QNH is 1011. Temperature 9. And I'm about ready to hear people go, why is it so chilly there? It's their winter still. Well, actually, it's now their early spring. Transition level 15,000. And we said minimum for us will be, let's go 410 on the, no, wait, we're doing RNIP 369 above the ground. Okay. 130 is our landing speed. Writing this one down. Okay. So with all of this data in, reversers on, we said the runway was 6,000 feet, so medium brakes compute. We're going to need at least 3,800 feet of runway, approach speed 135, landing speed, as our McDo says, 130. Looks good. And looking at that coming in this way, probably Alpha 78 or the end of the runway to get us in there. So, all right, so looks pretty good, folks. Numbers are doing good. Top of descent is showing up now just past GRETA. And we hope you enjoyed this little escapade as we head from, and I'm going to tell you folks, I really like Queenstown. Wow, that is some beautiful flying down there. It's the, I'll be honest, this month with Millennium Aviation, Mac Air, who we're flying with for this flight, that's who the ACARS is with. This is the first time I've ever flown down to Queenstown. I've flown into Christchurch tons of times for Sim Air Force with the C-130, C-17s, even 737 and higher aircraft. But I've never ventured into Queenstown. Oh man, I'm kind of mad. That is such a cool approach. And the fact, I don't think there is an ILS there. And I'm getting ready, well, when I get off the air today, I'm going to Google that airport and see just how narrow those taxiways are. And then what aircraft fly out of there. Because airliners are going to have to back taxi. Or take runway 5, and I don't even want to know what that departure looks like. Probably just as hairy. Well, it wasn't hairy, scary coming in, but when you're into clouds, it kind of can be. And it was an interesting arrival, folks. And but one I'm ready to do again. So great. Thank you so much, Millennium Aviation, for the destination of the month there. Like I said, never been down there, and that was a fun approach. Looking forward to next month's. Where to next? All right, 17 minutes, probably 5 minutes at the most to top of descent, and we'll be coming into Wellington. For those curious on the weather, you know what? I'll just do it the easy way. Well, he says he says easy. it never ends up being that one, ZWN. So there's what we're dealing with. Well, that's not the weather report I have on NavGraph as of 21:30. So 30 minutes ago, or 30 minutes old is this one. 30 minutes ago, it's light rain, scattered 3,900 feet, scattered 4,700 feet. I like this forecast better than that one. Still, ceiling at 4,400 is not bad, but we got some clouds to kind of work through. Some light rain, but the visibility shouldn't be a problem. So, keyword shouldn't. Welcome to X-Plane. It could be. All right. Sorry, folks. My cord on my headset was getting me all tangled up here. All right, here we go. Top of descent, and let's go ahead and set. I'm going to set 6,000. All right, we're on descent. Profile pretty close. And here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We've begun our descent into Wellington. Time to take your seats, fasten your seatbelts, and make sure those tray tables are upright and in their lock position. Should be on the ground in approximately 15 minutes or so, so hope you enjoy the ride. It's a little wet, damp in Wellington. Temperature's 9. Glad to have you aboard. Thanks for flying Air New Zealand, and we hope you choose us again.
The man, the myth, the legend, the infamous Flying with Mike.
I was gonna say, isn't that Duluth Fly?
No, it's just some dude that... No, it's just some guy, you know, he owns this channel, he owns this Discord, you know, I don't...
Hey, I know people that do that on my channel. Everything go well, sir?
Yeah, I got 2 fillings spilled, I got 4 more to go, so, and counting, so.
Yeah, we'll get more concrete.
Yeah.
I got a drill with some concrete.
Oh, I bet you do.
Yeah, I highly recommend flying into Queenstown here in New Zealand. Oh my God, is it beautiful there. Get a chance, take a look at the YouTube when this one gets out.
Okay.
Holy mackerel, that departure, that, oh my gosh, was that gorgeous.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Huh.
Well, like I said, if you watched Lord of the Rings, you were in that scenery.
Oh, really?
Yep, that's where it was filmed.
Huh.
Southern New Zealand.
Let's see here.
All right, so... what's coming up?
He's flying. He's flying.
Or at least trying to.
Are you descending it? Are
Yes, we are.
you? Oh, there you go. Yep.
Well, that was still awesome this morning, that hype train you started.
Oh yeah.
That was wild, man. Thank you again.
That was level 3 out of the box. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Well, you saw that Twitch put 2 more on.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, huh. I didn't know they were doing that.
Surprise, surprise, I guess.
Twitch does have some goofy things up their sleeve.
Yep. So, again, folks, it is September. If you don't like advertisements, now's a good time. Well, if I could spell.
Substember.
Try that again before I speak. There
Right.
we go. All right. It is September until October 1, which I believe is next Monday? Tuesday. So you got about a week, folks. Take advantage. Great deals for you. The streamers you support by your subscriptions, they're getting full dollar for what they're supposed to from Twitch. They're giving you the deal. 25% off 1 month and 3 month subs. If you go 6 months, it's 30% off. And if you like getting stuff out of the Twitch loot cave, 20% off with their code. So folks, take advantage of it. You only got about a week. And
Who doesn't like getting crap out of the loot cave?
I've never been in it.
You're missing a lot there, Mr. Mike. So, no, I'm serious. It's got some decent stuff. Although I don't see you wearing anything like Twitch sweaters or anything like that.
But hey, folks, I know a lot of you do like that. There's one person, 20% off with Twitch sub 20. So I hope you.
Or there's more to it. If they go level 2 or tier 2 or higher, they get it's a 30% off. Sorry, I was looking at another streamer. If you do tier 2 or higher, you get 30% off.
I did not see that in their stuff they gave me.
Oh yeah.
They don't want me there. That's what it is. So there you have it, folks. That one I didn't know. So 30% off tier 2, tier 3 subscriptions too.
And that also applies to gifted subs. So if you give a gifted sub, you also get a significant discount.
So now's the time, folks. Man, if you do a 6-month sub, think about that, folks. You're halfway there to the next September.
Right.
And you won't have to deal with commercials. So, but again, I leave that up to you. The only time I push is when Twitch has some pretty good deals. I leave that as totally up to you if you subscribe or not. We've got other things coming besides ad-free. That's a Twitch thing. We're working on a dedicated sub chat channel, as well as a few other little things. Plus, when we monetize at YouTube, which I can do at any time, whatever we can do there, we're going to try to bring to Twitch as well. So,
well, I think it's more or less. I don't know if it's a YouTube thing or if it's just a Twitch thing, but if you connect your YouTube and your Twitch to Discord, it will give you that benefit.
That's what I'm looking to stream on both eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Simultaneous. Right. So that's the goal, is to connect the two. When we go live with the monetize.
Mm-hmm. When Mikey goes money-wise.
because that'll bring the memberships in and other things that YouTube offers that Twitch. It's the same deal, it's just they call it subscribing, where YouTube calls it being a member. So otherwise, there's a big paycheck waiting for me somewhere for all of those subs I have out.
Right.
All right, let's see here. Again, folks, the goal is below 6,000 feet at Dorbu. And then we're actually going to set 4,000 here in a minute. So that way we can make sure by the initial fix we're where we need to be.
Yeah, this guy's out in Franklin already. That's why I had my job interview at.
Franklin?
Yeah, this delivery driver.
Nice.
That's how far he is away from me.
Well, I used to be a truck driver and bring the truck home, so I didn't have a big commute.
And probably his last stop too, because it says he's 4 stops away.
Oh. All right, we are on the star now, folks. The Ward 4 Delta arrival. So 15,000 is going to be transition. So let's go ahead and switch. 1011. All right, lights are set. I am going to go ahead. I'm going to turn some anti-ice on to be safe.
Never.
Oh, yeah. It's still early springtime here in New Zealand. And I have had ice severely impact Toliss.
Oh, really?
So, matter of fact, let's go ignition. I'm going to go ahead and kick on the wing as well. Oh yeah, we tried getting into St. Louis early days of X-Plane 12 and Toliss. Oh my gosh, twice I crashed. And there was nothing I could do. When you ice up and you got the anti-ice on and it's still icing up. That or just write it up, but the plane crashed, so that's a big write-up anyway. All right, so we're going to set for 4,000. Perfect. Right where that hockey stick is, folks, is where it's predicting it. Transition level met, and we've crossed over. Let's go ahead, bring that down, and we'll keep that as is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about 10 minutes out. Make sure your seats are fully upright, seatbelts on, tray tables up. Flight attendants prepare for landing.
What if we don't wanna?
I'll show you the way to the door. We don't carry parachutes.
Parachutes? We don't need no stinking parachutes.
And we are not over the water right now. Okay. Now we are. All right, here we go. Getting slowed up to 250. And working our way in. I must have just found an area over there by Papua New Guinea where there are no ships put in the water by X-plane. Because, boy, I'm starting to see them again. I thought that's maybe what the cause was for all of those crash to desktops we encountered last week. There they are. All right, lights. All right, here we go, folks. Okay, last check of the weather. 2130, still 99999 on visibility. Scattered 39, scattered 4700, light rain. Cool. 9 degrees. Okay, now it's below 6,000 by Dorbu, and we are looking good. Okay, everything's set. Okay, so we're under the 6,000 max, slowing to 210. Okay, medium on the brakes. First notch of flaps coming out for the approach.
I'm having pizza. Da, 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 da. I'm having pizza.
You're having pizza?
Yeah, I'm having Domino's. I had for some weird reason my last order was screwed up, so they offered me a free pizza. So I'm like, I'll take you up on that.
Okay, 3,000 and then slow to 170.
That hurricane must be serious. All Waffle Houses in Tallahassee close.
I wanted a waffle. Okay, that ain't gonna work. Okay, time for the gear. All right, here we go, folks. We are starting in on the approach. Much like last night where, what's our... 2,000, okay. Much like yesterday's into San Jose.
Hey, just ignore that, okay?
Ignore what?
2,500.
What'd you do?
I accidentally typed in his chat.
What do you?
2,500.
Okay, gears down, 3 green, brake set medium, spoilers. I thought I armed them. Armed. Looking for a runway, folks. Aren't we all?
2,000.
Looking for a runway. Oh, wanna get out of here? I can't sing that one. I forget.
All right, coming around for A-Trab. Where's the airport?
It's underneath you.
I gotta run. Oh, I didn't know it was on an island. Huh. Or is it?
Well, hello,
I
Mike. Welcome to.
Can't tell if it is connected to the mainland. Barely. Little sliver of land comes out. Not called a bridge. Okay. On final. Wellington traffic, New Zealand 245, A-Trab inbound runway 16. Flaps full. Another neat little area. It's not really that tricky of an approach, folks. It's just this wind is pushing pretty good and having to crab pretty hard for it. A little high, get back down there. Okay, we're landing stable.
500.
Mike, don't lie to us. You're unstable as it is.
We didn't say mentally. Aircraft's stable.
Minimum. 300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
And Wellington traffic, New Zealand 245's clear. 16 to the gate. All right, flaps up. Terrain radar off. Spoilers down. Radar. Transponder. I think I'll park over here. Okay, landing, okay, got all of that. Make sure we're out of ignition. Right, we are in the blocks, folks. Welcome to Wellington. Let's get those brake heater fans on. Take a look here momentarily. Oop, turn that off. Okay. Take a look at the landing and all. Just going through the checklist. Terrain, brake temps on. Anti-ice. Okay. That'll take a few. We need the chocks immediately. Bleed. Boy, I remember FSX with the PMDG 777. Boy, if you lit them brakes up heat-wise, they'd glow. That was so cool. I don't think we're to that temperature yet. All right, let's get down here though. Chocks. All right, hang on, folks. Gotta set this up right. No, no, yes. All right. Are you serious? We're not getting a jetway? Well, I'll be doggone. Well, then guess what? All right, folks, we'll have you unloaded here shortly. We had to wait on them to get the air stairs out here. Everything else good. Elapsed time stop. 122 looks good. Everything's good. All right, folks, we're here. Let's see what the airline got us at. Oh, wait. One last thing. Chocks are in, right? Yes. Brakes off. You'll find, folks, with the brake system, as long as you're chalked, take the brakes off. It'll help cool the brakes quicker. Not sure why we're not seeing that. Oh, they're already cooled. Good. All right, according to the Mac Air, the bounce, we ended up touching down at 70 feet a minute. We'll take it. For Sim Toolkit, which usually is a more critical, and I don't think anybody put a prediction in. Tomcat, 2 feet a minute. Wow. Good job. Tomcat with the win. I know I didn't put one in on it, so that's awesome. All right. Okay, so 294 is what we did. There's our lovely little trek out of the fjords. Actually, the fjords kind of extend along the western and down into here. So it's quite a bit of the southern island. All right, so let's view up some details. An hour and 12-minute flight, 346 miles, 2,300 kilograms, 1.4 Gs. Folks, we landed again at 294. Our goal was 130 knots. We are about 18 knots slow. That would be where the problem came in with the landing. Good thing is we were pretty close to the touchdown zone at 1,500 feet, 4 feet off the line. So, hey, that's all good, just slow. We needed at least 8, if not 18 knots to fare better on the landing. So, but 294 is just a nice thump. And what is this striping? I'm curious if it's really there. But anyway, well, I guess it is. This is, I think I parked in the wrong spot. I did. Air New Zealand's over here. Oh, well.
I'll be right back.
All right. And that, folks, will be a wrap on it today. Did I have that up? Let me bring that back up. Hang on a second. All right, I did not. There we go. Okay, folks, real quick, let you all see the details. That was bad on my part. So there's the numbers, and again, you can see we're about 18 knots short. And there's that weird striping I was talking about. I saw it in Queenstown, too, so I don't know what that really equates to unless that's where they're saying the landing zone ends. All right, folks, so, and again, there's where Air New Zealand's are parking. Shame on me. I had a feeling, but I thought maybe more gates. So, oh well. No harm in this at all. All right, folks, well, I am going to go ahead, wrap things up. We're in stand 24. For some reason, the jetway didn't come out. And I hope you all had a great day. Great day of flying here on Flying with Mike, the MD11 version 1.10. I'm kind of curious. Where is my... See how the... if they finally... As of... My goodness. Piedmont is still not up and running. We'll get it sometime tonight. Wow. So it's a good thing we didn't hold out till that came for the 727 flight. We'll try and get that worked back in, folks, and anything else that we may come up with. But for now, we're going to wrap things up here in soggy Wellington, and hope you all enjoyed. Beautiful flying if you get the chance out of Queenstown or into Queenstown, New Zealand. So enjoy your rest of your night, folks. God bless, and we'll see you on the next flight, which is tomorrow. And we are flying Zebo. So we'll get it updated tonight and fly it tomorrow. Hamburg to Amsterdam, Amsterdam to London, England. So, and then we'll figure out how to get back to Frankfurt. So y'all have a great night. God bless. We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully closer to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock time frame, Central Time. No guarantees, but we're aiming for the 11 o'clock start. So we'll see you then. God bless.